Gentlemen, could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? And we will use Under God in this room.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Is there some place they're taking that out?
The
Under God?
ANC convention last week.
Really? They took...
Two committees took it out. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Commissioner Candelaria, Commissioner Tell, myself, Commissioner Sukla, Shaq, Powers, County Attorney, we welcome you here. The first thing on our agenda is the minutes. Commissioners, have you had the opportunity to look at the minutes, and do you have a recommendation?
I have, and we have a corrected set in front of us. So I move that we accept the proceedings of the Board of Commissioners, Montezuma County, for August 18th, 2020.
Second.
Motion is second to approve the proceedings of the Montezuma County Board of Commissioners for the meeting of August 18th, 2020. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, next thing on the agenda is the Board of Equalization hearings. So, Commissioners, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, I would like to move that the Board of Commissioners of Montezuma County adjourn from our regular meeting and go into a meeting acting as the Board of Equalization for Montezuma County.
Second.
Motion and a second to move into Board of Equalization. All those in favor for Montezuma County?
Aye.
Aye. And today we have the assessor here, Kamala Bug, and Leslie Bug. And so if we could have her come up and okay, we'll have Mrs. Green come up and give us a update of this.
Mrs. Green, did you?
Good.
You're going way in the past.
Yes.
Well, Sasquatch got me all
Len.
screwed up.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, could you go
Thank
ahead
you.
and Len, give us the roll call?
Commissioner Sukla,
Here.
Commissioner Candelaria,
Here.
Here.
Commissioner Ertel,
Present.
Attorney Baxter,
Here.
and County Administrator Powers.
Here.
I didn't give her a call-in number. Did somebody else? Oh.
We don't need to wait. We can wait as long as you want to.
Okay.
I don't know that they're even required to be here.
No, they're not.
And
They have the option to call in. So
Right.
To which number?
Kim, it's in the letter Kim's supposed to send out to us.
but you have the same obligation whether they're here or not to convince
Okay,
the.
I'm ready.
Well, let's go ahead and start with Mrs. Good on the.
Do you have questions of me before we begin? I know that as the CBOE members, you've already looked at all the data. Do you want to start with questions, or do you want me to?
I think you ought to summarize it anyway, just to give a quick preview of it for them, just because in case they're allowed to appeal these, and there needs to be some evidence
Certainly.
orally probably too, even though we'll submit all that with it.
Well, this is a unique protest in that it's not of value. The land and the small structure, the value is not being protested. The classification of the land is being protested. And we went up as a team and took a look at exactly what's going on with the property. And there's a 120 square foot nice shed, a wood shed on it. And there's a driveway in, there's 2 gates that go in, there's a gravel road that stops way before the shed stops. No one has been in there in a long time. The shed has, per the protest.
We're just having recording problems, sorry.
Oh, no problem.
It was working.
You want me to use my teacher voice?
So we're probably getting a recording.
That's where it was, though.
We just need to make sure we
What?
have
trouble
Sure.
arises and Shaq takes off, or did he?
Mhm.
Did he take off, Steve?
Well, did he go to get Jim or something? I think he went to go get IT.
Maybe he's having some.
Sorry, folks, just a technical difficulty. So, just give us a second.
Or we're being patient and giving her a couple more minutes to call in.
Sure. She's in Arizona, so she's an hour behind us, too.
Oh, yeah.
She may not. She lives in Tucson.
I can't connect. It says no internet.
I'm not having problems, no. I'm connected.
Mm. Could be operator error.
Pardon
Is
me?
what?
It could be operator error.
Yeah, YouTube is up.
Ooh, yeah. She heard it. Yeah,
Right here.
get that dirty look, boy. Yeah.
Ooh, I'm sorry. Didn't mean it.
Yeah. That, yes, YouTube is recording,
Okay.
but I think we need to bring the speakerphone in here.
So we're gonna use YouTube as our record. If for some reason that doesn't work, we'll have to do it again.
She's back on, so.
But the screen had just cleared, so I'm not gonna touch it.
Okay.
Okay, so
Continue.
what is the suggestion, the recommendations? Can we move forward, or?
I think it's in this one, huh?
All right, then let's continue. It sounds like we can continue, correct?
She was trying to call in, so.
Oh, she's trying to call in?
We got the plug.
The conference line that's in the meeting room.
Five,
Should I
six,
switch
four,
the
one,
phones,
five,
or
nine.
I got her phone number if you want to dial her.
Well, maybe it'd just be easiest if what is-
We had a phone jack here, didn't we? Huh.
Right out.
Yeah, here's one right here behind there.
Should say 4159.
It says B37V right here. Will that one work?
Okay, if you're, ma'am, if you're watching, just give us a second. We're trying to get this
No,
plugged
this
in where
is
you
too
can.
big. This is different. Must be this. Nope, there it goes. Okay, there we go. Give her a whirl now, see if we got anything. Nope. Okay.
It's going down.
Okay, tell her to try now.
You try again?
Yeah.
Okay.
I love podiums.
Feel right at home there, don't you?
Oh, I just love them.
Just give us a second, folks. We're waiting for her to call back in for this equalization meeting. What is her name?
Ankowitz?
I'm not sure how you pronounce it.
How about her first name? Sharon?
Yeah, don't call her Pamela.
Call her, what'd you call her, Matilda or something like
Well, I'm
that?
just, now I'm not for sure what her real name is. Is it Sharon?
Sharon.
Okay.
Yeah, he's
I don't trust her.
Good morning, Montezuma County.
Got her.
Hi Sharon, this is Commissioner Sukla. We're starting to, can you hear okay?
I can. You hear me?
Yes, we can. How do you say
Okay.
pronounce your last name?
It's Ankowitz.
Ankowitz, okay. So Sharon, we're just starting the meeting, and what we're doing is the assessor is going to present their case, and then we're going to give you a chance to respond to that. Is that okay?
That's fine, thank you.
Let her start if you wouldn't mind.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, would you be okay with starting?
Well, I don't know what their stance is on this. I mean, I just know that they say no, but I guess I can tell you exactly what's gone on.
Okay,
Is
that would, yes, could you please?
Yeah, well, we bought our property back in 1997 when it was assessed as agricultural land, and it was rezoned to vacant land by Mark Vanderpool. And he, you know, at the time when he went ahead and reassessed it, I think there was like a huge tax burden on there because it was like $20 and it went up to like $6,000. So I called him and he went ahead and he lowered it. He said, in fact, he laughed and he said, we threw a number out there to see if it would stick. So basically he did lower it. So for, I guess the last time we paid taxes on vacant land, we paid like $2,600 on it. And then every 2 years when it was valued, I would give a call to the assessor's office, and because I would go ahead and do my homework to see how much vacant land was going for in that area. And I ended up speaking with Scott Davis. And he told me at that time, because I gave him my comp numbers, and he said, why don't you just put a structure on there? And I explained to him that we lived in Arizona, and we went up there a few times a year, but we didn't want to put any real money into that situation. And he assured me at that time, he said, if you put an 8 by 10 structure, we will classify that as residential. And I said, well, you know, I don't want to put water and, you know, electric in there and all that stuff. And he says, and you don't have to. So at that point, it wasn't like I was asking him what to do. He solicited this information to me. So, and of course, being the assessor at that time, I believed every word he said. So what we did was we did put a small cabin up there at a 10 by 12, and we brought the picture down to the office where it was approved, and at that point our land was changed from vacant to residential. So that went on for a few years, and then in 2019 I received a property valuation from Leslie Bugg saying that our property, our residential property structure had gone from, you know, because it was a small building, $3,780, and she increased it to $31,877. Well, we thought that was pretty extreme, but, you know, I said, I'm not even going to argue the point. We'll pay the taxes on that. I'm not going to deal with it.
Sharon, can you repeat that number again? How much did you say it was?
It went from $3,780 up to $31,877.
Okay, that's the value.
And that was the value in 2019. So then I get a letter in 2020 stating that, I believe it was 2020. 2019 in August, stating that my $31,877 cabin was now considered to be worth nothing. And it was not livable, and I wasn't considered to be on residential land and all of that. So I went ahead and I did call Leslie Bugg at that time, who told me Mr. Davis was wrong. He shouldn't have changed it. And, you know, but based on the fact that he did, and based on the fact that he was the assessor, and I believed everything he said, we made that investment to go ahead and protect our investment by, you know, going ahead and trying to keep our tax, because we're on a fixed income. We're trying to keep our taxes down. I don't know if we would have even have kept it at that point, because we are on a fixed income. But we put the money out. We put something up there that we were told would suffice. And, you know, as far as the way I see it is under agency law, we followed the advice of your representative and did what we were told. We have money out on that right now. And now we're being told something entirely different. And, you know, the way I look at it, I contacted a lawyer. And the lawyer actually called the office of Leslie Bugg and spoke to a Jason Hernandez there. And they discovered that the guidelines constituting a cabin status didn't exist in writing anywhere. So how is this even happening to me? I don't understand this.
Okay, Sharon, we're going to go ahead and let the assessors present their case, and then we'll, if you can hear it, we've got it, I think you'll be able to hear it, and then we'll let you respond again.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'm Joanne. I'm an appraiser with Montezuma County, and everything that Sharon has said is true. But in the state of Colorado, we go from assessment date January 1st at noon, the use of the land. And when that little value of 3,000, a residence doesn't value at 3,000. So in 2019, when we did a reval, that flagged it. And then that summer, we did our research, and sure enough, it wasn't a residence. And that's why she received the letter in August of 2019. Then in 2020, the letter stated that it would change to vacant land, the use of vacant land with a small structure on it. And now it's valued at $116,000 for the land and $900,000 for the wood shed. It's been there since 2012, so it's depreciated, you know. So that's what I know.
Did you hear that, Mrs.?
I did hear that, but you know, the way I see this is if your assessor in your office told me something and in good faith I did what he told me to do, I should be grandfathered in under that law.
Not in the state of Colorado. That's bigger than us. That comes from the state. That whatever the use of the land is, January 1st of the year.
Ms. Ankowitz, I've seen pictures of your shed up there, and there's not a kitchen, there's not a bed, there's not a sink, there's not anything but an empty shed. And for me to try and stretch my conception of a residence to fit that building up there, I find that very difficult to do, Sharon. That is like a tool shed, not a residence. I think that maybe our previous assessor and you had some wishful thinking in this action up there on your property. I'm not sure, but that by no stretch of the imagination reaches the level of a residence or a residential piece of building or property. Do you agree?
Okay.
Have you spent Have you spent the night in that building or prepared a meal?
Yes, we have. We have a little bed up there that we open up. There's a cot up there. We have. My husband sleeps up there when he goes up there. Yes, he does.
I think the real issue
and
is
we
the-
were, you know, the bottom line is this. That is not what we were told. We acted in the good faith because I didn't ask them, what do we need to do to lower our taxes? I just went in every year and did, you know, I just got the comp numbers from different realtors based on vacant land. This was supplied to me. This was given to me, and no, it's not me going ahead and saying, oh, we had no intentions of putting anything up there until it was suggested by your representative, your elected representative, to go ahead and do what I did. And we put out money for that. We paid money out for that to go ahead and get it to the point where we could go ahead and have lower taxes. We did what he told us to do. So, you know, what I'm thinking is, if he told us one thing and now we're hearing another thing, who's the next assessor that comes in and tells us something entirely different?
So can you
Sharon,
respond?
let me respond to this real quick. This is Commissioner Candelaria. I think what our assessor is doing right now is they are using the actual state statute for residential criteria. And you have 120 square feet there, and you need to meet a 300 square foot minimum to be under that classification or qualification, along with the driveway permit and then a septic system for it to even comply like with a tiny home. So it's not compliant. I apologize. I mean, obviously, we weren't, or I wasn't here when that assessor gave you that information, but to follow the state statute, we really are bound by what the criteria to meet the minimum is, and that's a minimum of 300 square feet with those others added
Well,
to
if
it.
if I go ahead and add on to it and make it 300 square feet, would that suffice?
I think if you have with the,
So there's a few more things. Go ahead, Commissioner.
so what I'm looking at is you have to have the driveway permit that's paid for, the structure livable, which means water, sewer, paid for and inspected, and then a site evaluation to confirm it, and with the foundation, then it would be compliant, am I correct? So,
But
as long
not
as
for 2020.
correct.
2020 is already in the
For-
books.
right.
Whatever year, that January 1st assessment date, when things change, that's when we change it.
So if you were to get it compliant by January 1st of 2021 or 2?
Yeah, 2020, we're working in 2021 right now, and yeah, but we'd have to go up and make sure that it's livable.
Correct.
Like,
So
it has
Okay,
components
let
of
me
what's
ask you a
livable.
question. If I don't do that, can I go ahead and go further with this? I will get a lawyer. Because basically, as far as I'm concerned, we followed the agency law says that if you if you go ahead and get information from somebody who represents the county, which he did do. He represented the county. He gave us this clear, and it's apparent that he went along with this and agreed that this was now residential land because he changed it. So as far as I'm concerned, that now that's made it legal, and now it should be grandfathered in.
So as far as what our,
This is the county attorney, John Baxter.
and depending on what the board decides today, if they decide to go with what is legal and what the law is, then they'll issue a denial of your appeal, and with that denial, I believe we have instructions on how, yes, you can appeal it. And so I think you are requesting whether or not you could go further with this. So yes.
Yes, I would want to, because basically, I'm not making this stuff up. This stuff was said to me by your office. And if I cannot believe the office of the assessor when we did this, then who are you supposed to believe? We did everything in good faith. And based on that, we should be grandfathered in. Because, at this stage, if this goes back up again, we may end up having to sell our land just to go ahead, because we're on a fixed income. We did this based on good faith and based on the directive of your office.
For that year, but this is 2020.
So the assessor's office is saying for that year, but this is 2020, and the circumstances are different now.
Well, what happens in 2022 when you change them again? Do I end up having to go ahead and keep changing things out? What if I do everything you tell me now, and then all of a sudden you say, it has to be 600 square feet. It has to be this. Come on, there's got to come a time when you guys have to go ahead and grandfather somebody in and, go ahead and take care of the people that are paying the taxes. I'm sorry, but, I did everything right.
Just one second.
I didn't do a darn thing wrong.
Right. Just one second, Sharon. So back to what her question was about the changing of this. Do you know how long it's been 300 square feet living area? That the law or statute has read that? Does anybody?
When I started 3 years ago, we were seeing a lot of small structures on vacant land that were residential. Thus, that was a problem. And so we all sat down, we took a look at statute, we all, as a team, decided that, and our system, the Tyler system, the CAMA system that we use, won't even, that's why it flagged in 2019 when we did our reval, because 120 square foot it's a flag, that's not a residence, you better take a look at it. It didn't even have any components on it. It didn't have a bathroom or anything in it. So then it flagged and we took a look at it. So we want, and Mrs. Bug is a great leader in that she wants things fair and equitable for all parcel owners in this whole county, all 15,000.
So is this an isolated case, or has there been some other places that has been changed?
Oh, no, we changed all of them that flagged. And this is the only person that said that, that they wanted to protest, which is certainly their right. Everybody has a right to
Well,
protest.
yeah, I would imagine it's my right, because this happened back in 2013. So basically, and from what I understood, you know, I don't know what the law was then, but when, I guess there was nothing on the book which constituted a cabin status, according to Jason Hernandez, another employee in the assessor's office, who said that to Mr. Cameron Sechrist, the local lawyer that was there, said it to his office. So, you know, I am thinking that, you know, I get where you're coming from, but the problem is I did what I was told. So basically, I know things get grandfathered in. They get grandfathered in because basically things happened way back when, and when you change things, you can't arbitrarily change everybody.
It wasn't arbitrary. It was just factual.
Okay, so I tell you what we're going to have to do, Sharon. We're going to have to go ahead and go back to discussion with the commissioners and make your recommendation. If they vote in favor for you, then this is over. If they don't vote in favor, then you have the opportunity to appeal it. Okay?
Okay, all right. So you know, we only go up there a couple times a year. We, you know, we just go up and we stay on the land and we travel from there and just go here, there, and everywhere. And we're not up there a lot. But the problem, that's why we never put anything big up there. Otherwise, we would have. Our main residence is in Arizona. So we just go up there to visit. And we always thought, you know, and we've had it since 1997. So we would like to keep it. We really would. We're not going to put anything else up there. So we would like to keep it. And whatever we need to, you know, otherwise we may have to sell it, which is sad, because we did do what we were told to do, because we are on a fixed income.
All right.
And that's going to, you know, $2,600, $3,000 every year for land that we go up to a few times a year just doesn't seem like it should happen. And I'm hoping you will go ahead and rule in my favor and just grandfather me in. I mean, if we ever sold it, you can do whatever you want with it. But just, you know, for the time that we own it.
All right, well, let me go back. Sharon, thank you for your comments, and let's go back to the commissioners for a discussion about this, to the Board of Equalization Commissioners. Commissioners, do you have anything you'd like to say, a motion, any discussion?
Well, I mean, for me, it's it's obviously, like Commissioner Ortell said, it looks like a tool shed. There's nothing there. There's no way to, you know, there's no restroom, not even a composting restroom, is there, Sharon?
We do have a portable thing that we can bring up with us. That's what we do.
Okay, but that's not okay.
Right.
So, I mean, to meet the criteria, and I do not doubt that what you were told from the past assessor, you were told at all, but it doesn't comply with what we have to go by for the standards of today. So, you know, I'm sorry, but the only way that I can look at this to be fair and equitable to everybody here in this county is that we have to stay with the criteria that's been given to us. So I would move that we rule in favor of our assessor to keep it as it is reevaluated at today's values.
So basically, what you're saying is your office doesn't, the office of the, the assessor's office, we shouldn't believe a word that comes out of there, basically, because that's what we did.
I think Mr. Davis may have given you some poor advice.
Well, but Mr. Davis was an elected official
That's
that you guys hired.
Mr. Davis, no, we didn't hire him. He was elected, and he is no longer there, and there were good reasons he is no longer there, so.
Well, and that's not my issue. I mean, my issue,
Second Commissioner Candelaria's motion.
of course you do.
There's a motion and a second to rule in favor from the Board of Equalization in favor of the assessor on the Ankelwick's property valuation for 2020
And 19.
and 19. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Sharon, you have the opportunity to appeal, and if you feel strongly
Yeah,
about it.
I intend to get a lawyer, so please send me that information so I can go ahead and do this, because basically, it seems like it's if you guys are gonna go ahead and follow your own guidelines instead of the guidelines of law, and law is that there is agency law involved here. And you should look that up,
Thank you, Sharon.
thank you.
All right, bye. At this time, we will close the Board of Equalization meeting, and we will reconvene as the Board of Montezuma County Commissioners. And I believe we have some planning issues. We could have Don Haley, the planning director, and Jane come up. For some reason, I have put our agenda.
You got your agenda stuck in there somewhere?
I know it's got to be here.
Morning, David. How are you? How's everything going? Good.
All right, the first thing on the agenda for the planning is going to be, and thank you, Assessor. Thank you. And
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys.
yeah, we appreciate it. Is going to be we're going to have a variance application presented by our planning department. So the floor is yours, Mr. Haley.
So Mr. Sitton's here from Aspen Wood Products. They own the old Excelsior plant in Mancos. And they just recently had the eastern section of their property de-annexed from the town of Mancos. The ordinance is in the process of being recorded. Plats drawn up so everything can get recorded with the county. They're proposing to build a 150-foot by 350-foot building that would attach to the east end of the existing building. At the time that they proposed this building with the town of Mancos, on the east side, it met the setbacks of the town, but now that they are de-annexed and in the county, they don't meet the county setback requirements. So they're applying for a variance on the setbacks of the eastern side of that new building that's being built. It is 12.8 feet on the north end and 18.8 feet on the south end.
What is the
More or
town
less.
of Mancos?
10
10
feet.
from the property line?
Yeah. Sounds good to me.
So now ours is 50 feet?
25 feet.
25 feet from that, so you're considering that a side? That's what it's considered. So what's the front, off of Grand Avenue there?
Now, that would be 50 feet off the,
Be a long
No,
ways
off
to
Or
go.
off of Grand Avenue, we're.
off of Grand,
way
they're,
off it.
150 feet.
they're 150
Yeah,
feet
we're
or
a long
so.
ways from there.
The old building went right to the
I was
property.
gonna say, this is just about where the old building that burnt down goes, isn't it, David?
No,
No?
if you go back to that slide, the burnt building was up in the corner. In
To the
fact,
north.
where the fence
Yeah.
line is, was,
But
the
part of it
building
came-
was the fence.
Didn't part of it come down this direction?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
came-
yeah,
Yeah.
'cause it was
It
all
came-
connected, right,
Yeah,
right.
yeah,
Gotcha.
yeah.
But
Part-
it
part of the
extended
footprint
clear
is.
north to Grand, though.
Right,
But
right, oh,
it's
yeah.
now our setbacks that you de-annexed, which you did that last week, because that's what we were talking about.
Yes.
Correct.
Yeah, when we did the design, we were within the town, and I applied for the variances, and I applied for the building permits and all the stuff with the town. And with the property line, we had 135 feet of the east end of our property was in the town limits. The other 32 acres is in the county. But this is the right place for us to build this building. Became such a jurisdictional issue with the town, they couldn't figure out how to split a building. So they recommended that we apply to unannex, which we went through that process. But with the design that we had, and this is the footage that we need in this building, then we went from in compliance to out of compliance, as far as the setback rules are concerned. And short of redesigning the building and all that.
So the entire property is now within the county?
Yes.
Or
Correct.
Everything?
Yes.
So
Yeah,
even
which helps
though
us a
Monte
ton.
Street is there, which is the city of Mancos,
So I don't know that it's formalized yet. Have we filed it with the county clerk? But I think your statement's true and pending.
I think they did that Wednesday night, correct?
And so as soon as
Last
they
Wednesday.
pass the ordinance, we file it with the county clerk, we give it to the Department of Local Affairs, and that finalizes it, and then it's part of the county. So it's
So
becoming part of the county.
It's just the process that we haven't completed yet.
Correct.
It's in the
Correct.
process, we're
Yes.
just not there.
And
So
we-
your recommendation is,
And we don't have the variance document yet until the recordings are done, so we can refer to the reception numbers on the.
But we could go ahead and act on this.
Correct. That way, he's clear to go. If you approve this, he's clear to get the building ordered and proceed with dirt work and getting his water taps into the main line and so forth.
then it's just the process to finish the paperwork as it
Right.
is recorded in, okay.
The town of Mancos is recording it, I believe, in the town, then it gets recorded in the county. So it's just a process of paperwork to follow up with the agreements and the motions that have been approved.
Any discussion, commissioners?
Nope, I think he's finally free of the town of Mancos, and that's probably a good thing.
Well, that's another discussion, but we're good.
So your recommendation is to approve this?
Yes.
Okay.
I would move that the Board of County Commissioners grant the variance application by Aspen Wood Products for a change setbacks for a new warehouse on de-annexed property from the town of Mancos located at 901 West Grand Avenue.
Second.
Motion and a second to approve the variance application for Aspen Wood Products for setbacks for a new warehouse on de-annex property from the town of Mancos located at 901 West Grand Avenue, Mancos, Colorado. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. The variance has been granted. Thank you, Mr. Sitton.
Thanks, guys.
There you go.
Appreciate it, Tom.
You bet.
Now it's just
Am I
a
done?
You're done.
time frame of paperwork.
Yeah, oh yeah, yeah. We've got the stuff in front of the surveyors to get the Mylars to get everybody's signatures on it and all that stuff, so it's well on the way.
All right.
Okay.
Great.
Good.
Thank
Good
you.
to see.
Very good.
Thank you.
Expanding the business. Good to see that.
Yeah, glad to see that you're growing and going over there.
We're busy.
Yeah.
Okay, next on the agenda, it looks like we have some signatures for, is there a signature for every, can we do them all at once, or what? Well, go ahead and explain each one.
Yeah, let's.
Number two.
For, the second one, let's do the Folks Witter boundary line adjustment.
Okay, that is,
That's item number 4. No,
No, it's
what do you got on there?
two.
Yeah, but you got it on there the same thing twice.
Do I?
yeah, you do.
I do? I'm sorry.
Well,
That's what happens when you get in a hurry.
I think two and four, I think, are the same.
Yeah, Shaq's got the document on your screens now. This is a boundary line adjustment between the Folks and the Witters. This is another extension of the same boundary line adjustment that the Folks and Slaughters did 2 or 3 months ago. Do you have the map, Shaq, or no?
No, it should be.
One more, there you go. So what they're doing is they had an easement through the Slaughters residence, and they did the boundary line adjustment to get that taken care of, and now the Witters figured if they were gonna do it for one property, they wanted to have the same agreement on their property. So now the Folks will have a 60-foot piece of property that extends west of those other two parcels to get to their property.
From the corner of Road 38
38.
all the way to their property.
It was an easement. The road was to the east. It went by the houses, and it's been a contention for years, so
So this
they're
cleans it
cleaning
all
it up, buying that western piece from both. This one is for the Witter property.
So then it
Previously, they did
serves
the
them
one to the
both.
north. That way they own it and there's no more strife.
Gotcha.
Any discussion, commissioners, on this proposal for the boundary line adjustment?
Looks
Nope.
like
So
thing to do.
I would move that we approve the Mylar for the exemptions submitted by Ted Clark on property located at 26059 Road 30.
Witter Fault.
You gotta go
Oh.
off this, remember, it's not.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, on the,
Can you go back to the
Folk.
application, top page?
He's still up in the forest.
for the Douglas and Nancy Folk
Mhm.
property located at 12930 Road 38, Mancos, Colorado.
Second.
Motion second to approve a boundary line adjustment agreement with the Douglas Folk and Nancy Folk on property located at 12930 Road 38, Mancos, Colorado, 81328. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
That was on purpose, I'll guarantee. All right.
Now,
Yeah, on your
the
phone.
next one would be the Ted Clark property,
Okay, I was,
and this is an exemption application.
All right, that's item number 3 on our agenda here. And that's just a,
So Mr. Clark owns property up at the West Fork. Most of it's to the north of the highway, but he's got one little 1 acre plus or minus parcel at the very southeast corner that's actually on the south side of 145. So that's been divided off by the highway. And so he is applying for an exemption to create that piece by itself.
That little
The
yellow
little-
box on the
yeah,
south,
it's just
south
a-
side. Yeah. How many acres is in that?
It's
1.3.
What are the acreages in the subdivided lots on the other side of the road?
On the north,
1
Yeah.
acre.
those are 2.5 acres, I believe.
Are those?
That's an old,
yeah, those are
old
2.5.
subdivision from 95, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
so then we'd be creating a 1
1
acre
acre
lot.
lot.
We just had a huge fight over this whole,
It's split off by the highway. He has no choice.
Wow.
I understand that. Does he have
But-
access to it?
Yeah, from 145, or actually, I think he has access on a frontage road from, and I hate to say it, the Forks.
A fork subdivision.
But this is not part of that subdivision.
No.
No.
So in other words, he may not have access because that's a
That's
private road.
That's true.
I don't,
We may, yeah, I think we're gonna get in dangerous territory here with this thing. We're
I do
gonna
too,
create a
because
1
we
acre
don't-
lot and he's gonna sell it and.
yeah, we
somebody
don't have
gonna-
enough information because if he can't access through the Forks, because that is a private subdivision, this is not part of that subdivision, has he talked to those neighbors and we're gonna create a 1 acre lot, which
Yeah.
is what we just
Got boiled.
said that we weren't gonna do.
Boiled
So
over him, yeah.
Well,
I'm-
that's what's existing in the Forks already.
I understand that.
Yeah.
And I
mean,
understand
You're not
what's in the
changing
Forks.
the scope of everything
What's in the
there.
Forks subdivision exists. This is not within the Forks subdivision.
I understand
Therefore,
that.
it's creating a new 1 acre
Yeah.
parcel.
A standalone parcel, not in a subdivision or anything else. This is a standalone parcel. I'm in agreement with Commissioner Candelaria. He may have a dead piece of property over there in relation to the rest of his property on the other side of the road, but, I don't want to take this one on.
I mean, unless he does a lot more work to provide me that he can go into the Forks subdivision if they accept it.
Has access
If
to
they
it
can
and-
have access to it.
Yeah.
Because
gotta-
you're on a blind corner
Oh,
right
yeah,
there.
it's on that horrible corner.
I don't-
I'll bet CDOT's not gonna give him an access to that on that
No.
curve there.
No,
If he-
so
I mean,
just to
no
say
way.
that I can access it through the Forks subdivision, I don't think is
Yeah.
relative to that piece of property.
Yeah,
We'd have to
So-
confirm with Ernie. Ernie's his agent.
yeah.
Yeah.
I take a different approach. It's not my job to figure out if CDOT approves of it or not. It's my job to, so every situation up there, that's we talked about this, is variances variants are used for special circumstances. If he's granted this 1 acre parcel, it still has nothing to do with the county whether he can get to it or not. That's up to him and CDOT and him and the Fork subdivision, right?
But
I understand, but we're creating a 1 acre lot. That is up to us.
We're saying,
And we
we're
just
But it's
saying,
already
said-
there.
well, it's there, but it's not been subdivided out of his other property. It's still it's still truly a part of the rest of that property. It's just broken off by 145, right?
Correct.
Yeah, I've had land where highways cut.
Yep.
Some
So how
other
much
piece of
land is
land.
on the other side?
Well, he's got 31.67
31.67.
and that big yellow lot, and then all those 2
Yeah,
acre parcels going down the highway.
31, and then the subdivision there is another, I don't know, 20, 25 acres.
50 or 60 acres there probably.
But that subdivision is, he doesn't have access to it right now from CDOT.
Yeah.
I recollect out of the 130-some comments that one of the statements that was made that it seemed like it was a theme was that we would rather see use variances in special circumstances for, on the river versus a blanket 1 acre lot. Is that not what anybody else read? That there's special circumstances? I mean, how many 1 acre lots is up the river from here to, there's a lot.
There are plenty.
Probably
Yeah, there-
40 of them.
Yeah, there are plenty.
So this isn't like out of the ordinary. There's already 40. This would be 41.
It
So-
exists there either way.
Yeah, it exists. It's his ownership and it's his land, and I agree with that, but,
Correct.
He's
It
not
exists
creating
either
a
way.
new size, shape, anything.
No.
It's
but
what's.
he's
the-
gonna create something that now he can sell to somebody else to develop and do something on. He's creating a parcel that he can now market as a cabin site or house site, home site, or whatever.
If it's developable, I don't know that it is.
Well, I don't either.
But
So
that's
there's,
not.
if it's
It's
not
not
developable, I
developable.
guess that's what I'm looking at is, it still remains, it exists, but we just said that we wouldn't create 1 acre lots. So.
That's
I'm
not
gonna-
what
That's
you
not
said.
what we said. We did not
You
say
said
that.
you would
We
not
said
give
that
a
we
blanket
would not
1 acre for
blanket-
the whole
Okay,
Dolores River
correct.
Valley.
We said that we would use variances. I mean, we can go back in the comments and.
No,
wait.
that's
No,
fine.
you're correct.
I'm
You're correct.
I'm good with that.
I mean, it's not our job to decide if it's developable
It's
or
not.
not. This is strictly per the Colorado revised statutes that property was broken off under, outside of his control. That's
Because
how
of the
it-
highway.
Correct.
We are gonna end up pitting those two parties against each other,
They
though,
are.
the subdivision and an individual owner, if he does sell that off, because you can't landlock a property and not have access to it, which is what we would be creating unless there was an agreement from the subdivision to allow access through there. So, I mean, we're creating a legal battle.
I think that might be a good condition. If Mr. Clark wants us to agree to his 1 acre parcel here in this location, he needs to bring this commission an agreement with the Fork subdivision that he can access that property through their road system that exists
Right.
now.
Have an easement.
Have
granted.
an easement to it.
And I would be okay with that. At
I
least
would
that way
too.
he's
I would
communicated
too. And that
with the
stays within the
Forks.
same parameters as that subdivision that he abuts
Yep.
to and adjoins to, and I'd be good with that.
Because I don't think creating a legal battle here is what we want to do for anybody.
Right.
So. I guess if
like
that
creating
was,
them every day, but anyway, I'm a little bit different. But let's, so it looks like we've got a recommendation. Do we have a motion on this proposal?
I would move that in regard to the Mylar exemption for Mr. Ted Clark, that he bring to the Montezuma County Board of Commissioners a right-of-way and easement agreement with the Fork subdivision to access his 1 acre parcel.
second.
There's a motion and a second to have Mr. Clark bring an access agreement with the Forks subdivision on the proposal of creating a standalone 1 acre plus or minus piece of property located on the south side of 145 at 26059. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Aye. Motion carries.
Okay.
All right, now it looks like we're gonna, let's try to see if we can get 2 and 4 done at the same time.
Yeah, that is just to sign the special use permit that was approved last week, or 2 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
So that's just signing the document.
Sure. Is that just for the chairman, or is that all?
All of us.
All of you.
All of us, okay.
Everybody on the special use permit and on the boundary line adjustment.
Will I get copies of all that stuff for them, from them, that you were showing up here?
I think they,
Or is that just,
oh, they
Just
should have
special.
already sent it to you, but for the planning, but I'll send it to you.
okay, if you could, that'd be great. Thanks.
Thank you for making sure you get those.
You're in the loop if they die.
So, I'm not so much in the survivor loop.
Is he all right? Is he okay?
Ernie?
He's at the other end.
Yeah, I think is he okay? Is he doing okay? Don, did you say he was doing all right? Yeah. Yeah. I forgot to send you the. Gotcha. Greg Kemp passed away over the weekend. Fell off a ladder and, yeah.
Do we have any other business with the planning department?
No, that's all we had for this morning.
Okay.
You guys always seem to liven the meeting up. We appreciate that.
Always bring something.
We
of
gotta wake
interest.
you up to
Yeah.
get things started.
Yeah, always have something of interest.
You got an early start on getting fired up this morning, though. Does this need to be stamped?
All right, well, thank you, guys. Oh,
Lynn, it needs to be
right here. Just give it a second, folks. We're just about complete with this.
yeah, just anywhere. And then you can take that one. Got a check.
Okay, so these are.
Yeah, it's in here.
Payment. And you're gonna need. We can do it now. No, this has, I have to wait for a check. Okay.
Yeah, we'll turn that in to get recorded.
Got money yet. Okay. But for minutes, though. I can get you a copy.
All right, well, we'll go to the Mr. Shack Powers, the county administrator report, if you're ready, sir.
I am ready.
We have a lot to go.
So the first thing that I have is the treasurer sent over the schedule of receipts and disbursements for January through June for publication.
No, go ahead, sorry.
I just went. The treasurer sent over the schedule of receipts and disbursements for January through June 2020 for publication. The commissioners need to approve that.
Did that all look in order to you, Shaq?
It does, yeah,
Does?
we have to balance.
I would
for it.
move that the schedule of receipts and disbursements for Montezuma County from January 1, 2020 to June 30, 2020 be approved.
Second.
Motion is second to approve the schedule of receipts and disbursements for the starting date of January 1st, 2020, and end date would be 6/30/2020 for Montezuma County. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right.
Okay, the next thing I have is transfer order. We had some funds that were miscoded when they were deposited. So first transfer order is 6/2020 to move $125 from the general fund to Road and Bridge Fund to correct a miscoded deposit.
I will move that order number 6-2020, transferring $125 from the general fund to the Road and Bridge Fund to correct a miscoded deposit, be approved.
Second.
Motion and a second to approve order number 6-2020, order number 6-2020. It's a transfer order of $125 from the general fund to the Road and Bridge Fund to correct a miscoded deposit. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 And then the next transfer order is similar. Transfer order 7/2020, $1,075 from road impact back to general fund to correct a miscoded deposit.
So I move we accept order number 7/2020 to transfer $1,075 from the road impact fund to general fund to correct the miscoded deposit.
Second.
Commissioner Candelaria has made a motion to approve order number 7-2020, transfer of $1,075 from the road impact fund to the general fund to correct a miscoded deposit for Montezuma County. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I will also have the July payables, but you guys can't actually approve those until after social services presents because their July
All right, then.
spending is in there as well. The economic situation, as it's turning out, when COVID hit, we thought all the property values were going to plummet because of all the unemployment and layoffs. And we were preparing for residential rates or residential taxes to go down because property values were going to go down. Since the riots and protests began, it's actually going the other direction. We're having large groups from out of the area start buying up land, and it's starting to drive the prices up. People are figuring out that they can work remotely now, and they can live wherever they want and take their paychecks with them, a certain percent of the population. And with that in mind, I would like to begin moving, if people are fleeing the cities and they can bring their paychecks with them, I'd like to begin promoting and looking for marketing resources to, when they're looking for places to move here if they can bring their paycheck with them. It only makes good sense. Start marketing our area out. There's several ways that it could be marketed. We could be the base camp to the Four Corners. There's everything you can do in the Four Corners you can do from Montezuma County within a day, whether it's the Grand Canyon or Arches or Canyonlands or Mesa Verde or Canyon de Shade, Chaco Canyon, everything's. And we've got the third largest reservoir in the state here. We've got second largest reservoir in the state here. We've got all the trails, national parks. And so I think we would be amiss if we didn't start moving to capitalize on the situation of people leaving the cities and bringing their jobs with them. So with that in mind, I'd like to consider looking into, maybe in the 2021 budget, figuring out ways that we can better market our area for people who are looking for a place to move to. I don't know what that looks like yet, but I'd like the commission to consider.
Have you had conversation with the MBT, with the Business Task Force?
I've had limited conversations with them. I wanted to run it through you guys first. But one thing's for sure, those chambers and visitor centers that get lodging taxes disbursements every year aren't going to get the same amount from lodging tax next year. There's just no way it's going to happen. And it could be a possibility that we make up that funding and say, instead of tourism, look for long-term drawing people in here.
That might be a good talking point for our next Monday night meeting too, with the cities and with the townships, to see how we start marketing our area.
I think this board has tasked the planning commission with that in the past too. And Mesa Verde Country and whoever else are also good outlets for that.
you know.
Right?
Next, we had a lightning strike several weeks ago that took out circuit boards in the elevator and in some of the software or the hardware that Jim had. We had the similar situation come up last year, fried some HVAC components, and we filed an insurance claim last year, and we weren't able to win the claim because we couldn't prove the lightning strike. But this one, our emergency manager, Jim Spratlin, has some kind of cool app for tracking all the lightning strikes. So he was able to pull that up and helped us to win a $17,000 claim on our
good for him.
insurance. So
Good.
that was a
Make sure
win.
our IT guy has that app.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, that can,
Yeah. Let's see. I think Commissioner Candelaria just alluded to it, but we're going to have a board-to-board with the city council this coming Monday. It's going to be on Zoom, is my understanding, and as soon as I get the Zoom link from the city, then I will public notice that and put that notice out.
Do you know what time that is?
I think it was at 6 o'clock.
I think it was 6 o'clock. I'll have to look at my calendar.
Is there a way that we could just do it like we had our Western District meeting? And I know the board of Garfield County Board, they did the Zoom meeting present in their boardroom.
We can meet
We
here.
could be present in
We
our
can be
boardroom. We
present.
can do that.
And there's a reason that I want to do that. I want to show the city that it's doable.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll public notice that as soon as I have the Zoom. But yeah, there's no reason that most of us can't be here. I think Commissioner Ortel will have to Zoom in from elsewhere. I don't believe that he'll be present. But
Okay.
Should be able to handle that.
then let the commissioners know that the 36 acres that's southwest of the fairgrounds is for sale. I was contacted by a realtor about that. She wanted me to see if there was any interest from the commission on that. I told her I would pass the information along. That's something that could perhaps go in 2021 budget if we had a reason to buy it. I don't know. But that's something for your consideration as well.
Any discussion?
In
I'm
those real
just-
estate purchases, sorry to interrupt you, Commissioner Tell, if you all choose to do real estate purchases in executive session, that's something we can do.
Yeah, I think we need to do that before we talk about dollars and
Yeah.
possibilities and stuff. But I need to see a map of the contiguity of that property to what we already have and see if there's anything that we see as advantageous to have that added on to our property out there. But
You said it was to the west?
Southwest.
southwest,
To the
yeah.
southwest, it's just
Going into that
the
mesa
canyon
country and that,
mesa.
yeah.
There's not much.
So,
Do you know if do they have a deeded or do they have an easement?
The only access to it is through the fairgrounds.
so they don't have.
That's the only access.
can't
MVI has access on the Highline
Canal.
Canal, but that's not public access, or the only people that can use that is MVI. The only other access to it is through the fairgrounds.
So they don't have a right of way through us for that, do they, Shaq, for access to
Nobody
that?
does that I'm aware of now.
Yeah.
I think I caught Attorney Baxter saying that you can't have a landlocked piece of private land earlier, but I don't know how that works.
And also in that law is how long they've been using it, correct?
Right. And I don't know.
So
If
there
it-
might be the possibility.
We probably ought to take a look at that, because if that's true, our gates can't be locked at the county fairgrounds if that's an access to that piece of property. And you're correct, John, that cannot be denied, and that's their only avenue of access. I think we better take a very good look at that.
And so my thought is that, I mean, it's right, you probably could develop access from the highway for that, which they would have to do
Yeah.
if they sold that, and if they don't have any legal access through us, which they probably don't.
Yeah. So there's nothing on the land, it's all
Right.
native land. I don't think there's any
Right.
structures or buildings or anything on it.
But it's not surrounded by inaccessible, it's next to the highway. So,
Right.
Have you personally been on it, Mr. Shack?
I have not.
So why don't we
It
do
was
this?
private
Why don't
property
we
and I
have
didn't
one of us
trespass.
go out there with the realtor and explore, look at the land.
Yeah.
And first, what do you
That'd be a
commissioners
good
think? To
idea.
see, look at the
Yes, sir.
access, look at, and see if it's something we need to
I
pursue
guess, I
or
guess
not.
my first question is, what do we need it for?
Yeah.
We already have
More
a
land.
lot
than
of
we-
acreage there that we're not using, so I mean, just to add more acreage into our, I think it should just go out to the general.
Well, I guess my only concern would be is if there is an easement through the fairground property. So maybe that's the first thing we need to find
Yeah,
out.
I think
Yeah,
that's
if
what we
there's
need
any
to find
type of
out
legal access through us to that piece of
before we
property
move
would be
any
a.
farther with it.
I've checked with our departments, and there doesn't appear to be, but like Attorney Baxter said, there's some kind of statute about you can't have landlocked private land, so I'm not sure how that
Correct,
would
but there's
work.
another access to that to the west.
Well,
I don't believe there is.
actually, that's not the part I'm worried about. The part is that this gentleman's been using that access for a long time. I don't know how long, but if he can document,
Our access
oh yeah,
to the fairground?
yes. So if he can document that, and I don't know what the years are,
So it's actually different when it's government-owned land. Thank your government, but you cannot adversely possess or develop a prescriptive easement over government land. There's an exception in the law for governments. So if he has, we could stop him if we want to. And they'd have to develop a different access.
well, I don't want to stop him. I mean,
We could,
And I'm not, I'm not necessarily wanting to stop him, but I'm just saying, what is the need for that prior to putting a generator here on this building and getting our electrical situation fixed prior to, I don't see the need for it, so in my opinion, it's on the table right now. It's not a consideration of mine.
okay, that's
I think
understandable,
we-
but
I think
I
we
do
have-
think that it's an issue that we should further
Sure,
explore.
we can
and gain
explore
more
the
knowledge about it.
access, but as far as the purchase of the property, I see a lot of other needs that we have. I mean, the generator for this facility right now is just as they discussed a couple weeks ago, that's a bigger issue to me, and funding to go to that before we put it to a piece of property.
Mhm.
All right.
all right.
Anything else, Administrator, since you've got us all shook up?
You're welcome. I did attend a Zoom meeting with Commissioner Sukla and CCI in the Attorney General's office regarding the opioid settlement with Purdue Pharma. Right now, the Attorney General is moving to have most of the money state-controlled and a small portion, I think 15%, to go directly to counties and to put together some kind of board of how to control that. Commissioner Sukla presented this article from the Journal talking about how every time this happens, Southwest Colorado ends up underrepresented. And so as a result of that, the Attorney General is sending his representative Heidi something or other down
Williams.
here to meet with us on the 3rd to discuss getting fair representation and fair funding for the Southwest. So that's definitely progress in the right direction.
Yeah,
I'll add to
very
that, so
good.
that the way that is a sum of individual, and that article that I presented was presented to me by our county administrator. There's individual counties that are suing over this opioid settlement. If the argument is from the state is if we all go together, it goes from 200 million to 400 million, is what the settlement would be, and then broke off to counties, we're talking about a lot of money that would go to individual counties. It's broke off into 10 regions, and so what would happen is these counties would work together and come up to build an addiction, or I don't know if that's
Treatment
the correct
center or
word.
something, yeah.
Yeah,
To figure
center.
out how to fight the crisis.
Yes, figure out how to fight the crisis. So, talking to all the commissioners, Heidi happens to be the right hand of the Attorney General, And for her to come and want to meet with us personally is a big deal. And so, because other counties have told us that she usually doesn't do that. And I want to put out a kudos to Commissioner from Prowers County that brought to light Montezuma County, because in this meeting, they chose 15 commissioners and Shack to be representatives on these talks over this $400 million, only 15 throughout the whole state. And Commissioner Wendy highlighted Montezuma County, our problem, and the Attorney General in the meeting mentioned it probably 4 or 5 times, Montezuma County. So I think we've got our foot in the door. We'll just see where it takes us.
And really, while I would automatically think that, hey, we want our per capita share, perhaps we could parlay this into getting more than our per capita share. If we get the ear of the Attorney General's office that, hey, this is what Southwest Colorado needs, maybe that could come back to help us.
Well, we're meeting with her on September 3rd.
That's correct. So, and then after the commission took away the fire ban, the governor instituted a statewide fire ban.
I'm not saying a word. I'm not saying a word.
The only question I have is that perhaps next Tuesday, is the commission interested in reinstating the county fire ban? It doesn't do anything more than the state fire ban, other than if the sheriff were to cite somebody, the money from the citation wouldn't go to the state, it would go to the county.
Why do we have to wait?
I don't think we have to wait.
Because we
I
don't
think
have a
can
resolution ready.
Reinstitute it. It won't take you long to get a resolution, right?
Nope.
At the end of the meeting, we could redo it.
Yes.
Have you talked to Steve? I mean, it's
He could
there.
go
It's
either
just
way.
a matter, yeah.
Do you think
So
we can get Commissioner Tell on board?
I don't know.
You don't need him. He's
My-
the one who called the governor and had the governor issue the fire ban.
Okay.
I think
I
he had some-
backdoored him, didn't I,
think he
John?
has
Yeah.
some-
We are live streaming, Commissioner.
Okay, go ahead.
If you can get that ready by the end of the meeting, I think that we could just take action on it at that time.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. And then, as we go into budgeting next month, there was discussion last year when we presented the budgets about returning the mills that were taken from the road department and social services back to them. And I kind of need to know if we're projecting revenue, even though you can't vote on that till later. I'd like to know what the intent of the commission is. You took $500,000 from Road and Bridge and $500,000 from social services when the Gallagher adjusted and you had to build a courthouse at the same time.
Well, I think we can do that in a budget hearing meeting.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
I'd just
Do
like
that now. I
direction
don't-
for how I'm figuring. You can't vote on it right now anyway.
I would
but-
stay just the way you are right now. I think
I
the
would
road
move-
and bridge has,
I would move to change it back the way it was. So now we got two different opinions.
Can't vote on it right now, but I
Right,
need
it's
direction
just
for planning
discussion.
purposes.
I think it needs to be discussed when we look at when we're doing our budgeting process, we look at our projected revenues for the general fund for 2021. When we get a good handle on what those projected revenues are gonna be, then that'll give us more guidance on whether we need to maintain those $500,000 in the general fund or send them back to social services and the road and bridge.
So
My thought
guidance-
is, as we were watching the balance in social service
That's
year
my
after year
guidance.
is going
It just trumped
down.
$1 million. It's a no-brainer to
I-
me.
Is going down,
but road
and
and
then
bridge has a surplus.
we are subsidizing Road and Bridge from general fund this year, so.
I want the state to take care of the balance for social services.
And so I think there's a misconception that social services is funded 80-20 and 20% from the county. What happens is the mill levy is collected, social services gets from the county that portion of the mill levy, and that's it. We never cut them another check or another penny all year long. They get that, everything else is passed through.
Salaries included?
Everything. We give them the mill levy, and that comes directly from Ellen, and our office never cuts them another penny.
So
Right,
what are your recommendations then about the mill levy?
We We gave them a raise in their hours and the
Correct.
salary.
You voted to do that.
Right.
And it could come out of that mill levy or it could come out of the pass-through, but nothing comes out of our office.
Well, no, but it's still coming out of county dollars.
Right, it can
It's
come
coming out of
from that mill levy, correct. But they're gonna get that whole mill levy, whether you approve that or not.
Right.
It's
but
just
that-
how that mill, that's approving a portion of
And
how
we
that
can
mill levy
adjust that
gets
at any time.
Yeah.
So like I said, I think you just stay where you're at right now.
You
then we can-
you can adjust that one time during the year. You can't adjust it in March and July
Correct.
and
And when do we
September.
typically adjust it?
You can't adjust it until after the assessor certifies the mills to us.
Which is?
She will do that next week, and then that'll be the preliminary, and then I think she's got 45 days, and it'll be between November and December when you can actually vote on it. It just makes it easier for my planning purposes if I know where those half mills are gonna be. And you guys brought it up last year, so I'm just trying to follow up on it now.
So the purpose, Commissioner Ertel and I was here when we done that, and we were $1.6 million in the hole.
Yep.
And that, I'm trying to remember, oh, it was because of
Gallagher.
the residential, the Gallagher, and the residential assessment rates went from 7.8 to 7.1 or something like that. And so the way that came about is we were in a commissioner meeting, we were at the winter conference, and we didn't know what we were gonna do.
John Martin told us.
And a commissioner from Garfield County says, well, this is what you do. You play with the mills so that you can get your budget shortfall where you don't take such a hit. And I believe, we can ask Melissa Bruner, which was the past administrator, it created like $600,000 or $700,000. It was a one-time deal to fix a budget shortfall. The budget shortfall has since been fixed, and I have not had one constituent out of 28,000 come to me and tell me, I am so happy you got $16 million in your general fund, and I'm not happy about all your new roads. This is what they tell me. I love the new roads. That's what I pay my taxes for, and I don't give a damn how much money you got in the general fund. And the general fund, in my opinion, has got excess of $16 million so that the county commissioners can play with it. And that is not what we pay our taxes for. We pay our taxes for services. And if you don't give me the services, then give me my damn money back, as far as I'm concerned as a taxpayer.
Yeah,
So,
and the general fund provides services too, and you
but
guys can decide to
The commissioners can
do.
draw a $5 million check. If there's excess in the general fund, and two commissioners agreed to buy a $5 million hot air balloon, we can do it.
That's true.
If the mill levies are changed and the money goes back to the social services and it goes back to the road department, there's less money for the government to screw around with,
That's
in
true.
my opinion.
That's true. So I just needed a preliminary thought on which way you want me to plan, and
Well, we're gonna have to have a we
We'll have
got
some
difference of
discussion.
I'm not sure
opinion
it's a
here.
budget hearing conversation right now, but I understand what you're saying, but I don't understand your shortfall on what was done in the past as far as,
Well,
I'm not
that's,
sure
I
when it
just
was done,
explained it.
but
But
for budget purposes is all you need to do is have a number. And if you keep
Yeah.
that number right now that you're at, you can budget and move forward.
right.
I'll do it both ways, and then
There
when
you
you
go.
guys make your vote,
Do it both ways.
then when you guys make your vote, we'll see what budget we end up with.
What else do you have?
That's, I believe, all I've got for now.
I think we're gonna have to move Shaq back to the end because he gets us going.
I didn't move myself to
No,
the
he
front.
did good. He
No,
did
I agree, he did good. So, now that we're done with Mr. Powers, we're gonna go to public comment. If there's anybody that would like to comment, if you'd come up to the podium and state your name and address, the commissioners are all ears.
Okay.
Seeing none, we will close the public comment portion of our meeting, and we will go to Wildfire Adaptive Partnership Update with Alex Graff. Good morning, Alex. How are you?
Good
Be
morning.
sure and turn that microphone on if you would, Alex. Okay.
How's that?
You got
Everyone
it.
can hear me?
Good.
Okay. Well, thanks so much to the commissioners. Thanks, Shaq, for setting this up and getting the PowerPoint up and running. Coming today to give you all an update on 2020, or thus far 2020. Last year I presented in September, so it's been basically about a year. So I know most of you have seen this presentation once before, so I'll try to spare you the details that you've already seen, just in respect of time. So, next slide, Shaq. Thank you. So, I gave an introduction to myself last year. I won't go through that again. Alex Graff, Wildfire Adopted Partnership, Montezuma County Coordinator. I'll keep it to that. But I just want to give kind of a brief overview, a recap of why Wildfire Adopted Partnership. Last year, I kind of gave you a little bit more of theoretical why I think Wildfire Adopted Partnership is so crucial in Montezuma County. But this year, I kind of want to let the actual conditions on the ground speak for themselves. I've compiled 6 reasons for why Wildfire Adopted Partnership, and 3 of them are right here. We have the East Canyon Fire, which did burn mostly into La Plata County, however had pretty significant evacuation concerns. Loading Pen Fire, we have the Moorfield Fire. Next slide, please. Yellow Jacket, Spring Fire, and the Airport Fire. Now these are 6 fires that reached pretty significant, for our area, media attention. However, there were numerous fires that did not make any media coverage, lots of lightning starts. So these are all reasons why Wildfire Adopted Partnership is so crucial in this area. We know in Southwest Colorado there's going to be fire. It's a matter of how prepared are individuals, how much mitigation has been done on properties, and it's really a community effort. And that's what Wildfire Adopted Partnership does in the county. Next slide, please, Shaq. So just to kind of bring it home, so mission statement: we inspire, educate, and enable individuals and communities to protect private property and lives. That's what it's all about, private property and lives. And what I think is a real cool part about Wildfire Adopted is that we have county coordinators in each of the 5 southwest counties. I kind of manage Montezuma and Dolores County, mostly Montezuma County, and we kind of get to tailor the program to the needs of the county. And in Montezuma County, what does this look like? A focus on community resilience, but really I'm going for personal responsibility and self-reliance. And I'll touch a little bit on that later on, but to get communities to a point where they don't even necessarily need my input or my aid. They just know what to do in their area, in their subdivision, and that's what I try to do every single day. The how, I'll get into the how a little bit in the updates, but preparedness, risk reduction, education, outreach, mitigation projects. It's pretty simple. So next slide, please, Shaq. I'm just going to now kind of get into an overview of what I've done in the last year. So since September of 2019, we've had 38 education events reaching 750 plus people. Now, for the first half of this last year, obviously, we were able to meet in person. Second half, we have gone virtual since, I'd say, about March. Obviously not the best way to do outreach and education, but I am happy to report that I've actually seen an increase in participation since going virtual. I know not everybody has access to a computer or internet, so I still do in-person site assessments with folks, but I have seen a jump in numbers, basically in these everyday meetings that we're holding. Next slide, Jack. Oh, and I will mention that that number of 38, I believe it was, events is up by about 10 from the previous year. So even in the face of coronavirus, we've been expanding programs in outreach and education. Site assessments are a huge part of what I do, especially in the summer and fall. These are 1 to 2 hour consultations with homeowners on their property. I give, very direct strategic plans to folks on how they can make their houses more resilient in terms of wildfire, retrofitting structures with fire-resistant building.
I've done 37 of these free site assessments, and they're completely free. Anybody can sign up across the county. There's no issue with access. You can sign up online or give me a phone call. Either works. And I've done 37 of these free site assessments. That number is up again by about 10 from last year. So again, even in the face of coronavirus, of course we've been social distancing, doing masks, but we've been increasing outreach and education. Next slide, please. And then I just kind of want to give a pitch, a reminder of what the core of our organization is, and it's volunteers. We call them neighborhood ambassadors. I think we're pushing about 190 ambassadors across the 5 Southwest counties, but in Montezuma County specifically, we have 35 ambassadors. We added 2 new folks on this year. And these are the individuals who live, in the community, in the subdivision. I don't go in and tell people what to do. We have ambassadors that know the area, know their neighbors, and know what the wildfire risks are, and that's how we work with neighborhoods. So just a shout out to them because we've incredibly committed folks. Next slide, Jack. Another thing that we have continued even through coronavirus going virtual are bi-monthly community meetings, which means every other month, not 2 times a month. We were holding them at the Mancus Library. Since March or so, I guess we've gone virtual. These are opportunities for ambassadors to share information, things that have worked in their subdivisions, connect with other ambassadors, and I also like to feature guest speakers. So just a kind of a sampling of our last 3 guest speakers. We had Andrew Schaefer, who's a local rancher, who's recently, it's pretty cool, he's gotten into the business of goat-powered wildfire mitigation. So he's using goats to reduce wildfire risk. He talked all about that. We gave him a fancy title for his talk, At the Crossroads of Holistic Management and Wildfire Mitigation. He was pretty happy about that. And it was a great talk. We had Jim Spratlin give an introduction, basically. A lot of our ambassadors had worked with Mike Paskin in the past, so they were really excited to meet him. And then most recently in August, we had Jem Boone, who is an ambassador who is in East Canyon. She's Elk Streams Ranch ambassador, I believe. And she just kind of debriefed on what it was like to be evacuated, and kind of talked about all the work her and her neighbors had put in to make that such a success. Next slide, please, Jack. And then I want to also mention, as I'm sure you all are aware, especially with the talks of land use code changes and whatnot, I've still been giving recommendations to planning and zoning on new subdivisions. As I'm sure you know, subdivisions who are within a certain risk automatically get a recommendation for a wildfire mitigation plan. But if they're in a lower risk area, planning and zoning bounces it off to me. I kind of use my expertise in terms of vegetation, structure, fuel continuity and whatnot to make a recommendation if they in fact need a plan, or if it's all agricultural land cleared and it deserves a waiver.
I want to bring
Sure
what
thing.
you just said up.
Yep.
So we had a conversation about that,
Yep.
and so we have these where they put in the road. They call it the road permit. And so say that I own 35 acres of land and I don't know where I want to build my house yet.
Yep.
So the recommendation from our planning department was, why do we need to do a wildfire assessment when we don't know where the house is going to be yet? Can you?
I think that's a fair question. However, on a lot of these properties, for the properties that are getting waivers, that's maybe less of a concern. But for a property that has high wildfire risk, on a lot of these properties, it doesn't necessarily matter where the house is even placed. Sure, I guess in the specific instance where maybe there's half of the property cleared, if the house was in the area that was cleared, maybe, there would be a bit of consideration about would that really need a wildfire mitigation plan. But in my opinion, if there's enough risk for me to not recommend a waiver, then it shouldn't matter where the house is. And does that kind of make sense?
Well, I just think about the Mountain View subdivision.
Yep.
and there's a piece of property, so that's heavily treed with pinyon juniper.
Yep.
And so the homeowner he went in, and I don't know if it's based on the recommendations or not. I think he did it on his own, but he cut every tree. He got scared, and he cut every tree 150 feet back. Why would he need a wildfire plan if he left the rest of it in trees? Because how's the fire going to get? I mean, it's got to go 150 feet, and as long as it's got a metal roof, why do you need a wildfire
I
plan?
think that's part of the mitigation plan, is that if you have a defensible space around your structure, I think that is part of the mitigation plan, correct?
Yeah,
So
absolutely
the
is.
mitigation plan is the entire plan, and a defensible space around a structure is part of the plan.
Yeah.
But what if you don't know where the structure is going to be placed yet?
That's why you don't build a defensible space until you build the structure.
So then why do you need the sign off by the for a wildfire plan?
If I understand the mitigation plan, it basically states that if you're within this criteria of wooded area,
Yep.
then you need a defensible space for the structure. So the plan is a big, broad overview of it. A defensible space is right just where you set the structure. Am I correct?
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. I mean, are you saying if the person has already created the space, why would they need?
No, what I'm saying is if I buy 40 acres,
Yeah.
and I don't know where I'm going to put the house.
Right.
I think that it's the cart before the horse, that I need to have this wildfire plan, because wherever you're going to mitigate for wherever the structure is going to be different than what the rest of the land looks like. Is that correct?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it would be helpful to know where the placement of the house is.
So
But
why do we need to have a sign off for the wildfire plan until the structure location has been decided upon?
I think it would be way more helpful to know where the structure is. I agree with you 100% there. I think my understanding of the recommendation is that I am generalizing to a certain extent, and I think that's what I have to do in terms of making those recommendations. But if I was given more specific information about where it's going to go, I think
Okay.
that could be less generalized.
All right, continue. Sorry, thank
Cool.
you. Thank
Yeah.
you for clarifying that.
Thanks for the question. Yeah. So yeah, this year I've done about 40 recommendations, which is about where I was at last year. So thanks. Yeah. So end of 2020 outlook. I'm going to give a presentation to Cedar Mesa Ranches at their annual HOA meeting. I'm working on getting some youth education in collaboration with Montezuma Inspire Coalition with SJMA. Site assessments are still open. I plan to continue meeting with folks and giving recommendations to them. I'm planning on assisting in the Montezuma County CWPP efforts. I think Jim might have given you a little briefing on that. It's been about 10 years since the county CWPP was written, and there are probably some updates.
Wildfire prevention plan.
Yep, wildfire prevention plan, basically. Planning on doing an East Canyon Fire educational video in collaboration with some other folks, and just more education outreach. That's really what it's all about. All these things are education outreach, and that's what I'm planning on doing. So before I conclude, Shaq, if you go next, I just want to give two really quick examples, because I talk about all this education and outreach, but what does it really mean? What are the impacts? And so I just want to give two really quick examples of the way I think or our organization impacts people with education outreach. So there's a little blurb here from Robert Meyer, who is an ambassador, has been an ambassador for a while now. He's over at Jomar Reservoir. And so I'll just kind of paraphrase. This occurred on June 16th, 2 days after the East Canyon fire started, basically. And he was out walking his dog about 1.25 miles from where he lives over at Jomar. And there had been some dry lightning, which was why the East Canyon fire started. And he noticed fire, basically. It was unreported. And Robert is somebody who's been working with us for a while, constantly is attending all of our meetings. We've given him extensive training. He's linked up with Mancus Fire. he's just like a really great ambassador and someone who's really knowledgeable and passionate about wildfire and preparation. And he saw this fire, knew exactly what to do, called dispatch, even started directing trucks. And this is a fire you didn't hear about. It was occurring at the same time as the East Canyon fire. Could have, I mean, resources were starting to be pushed to the East Canyon fire. Could have gone differently. And this is just an example of, I think, kind of the community aspect of what we're involved in, getting folks knowledgeable about fire risk and being aware and knowing what to do in those situations. Next slide, please. And then kind of the poster child example is the East Canyon fire. And this is just a huge success story on so many fronts. I know it mostly burned into La Plata, but Elk Stream and Elk Springs Ranch were evacuated. These are two communities we've worked with since the Weber fire for 8 years, basically. What does that mean? Site visits, individual outreach, community planning, a CWPP, and we have multiple ambassadors in each subdivision. So 2020 rolls around, and these communities are just prepared. They're ready to go. They're really fire adapted. And this is what I mean when I say self-reliant. They're so knowledgeable that they don't even need to call me up to ask me questions. They just know what to do in terms of mitigation. They know what needs to be done. They know what planning they need to do. And they've just implemented it, and they're just ready. So the evacuation was prompt, orderly. Livestock were evacuated, and we heard from Jem Boone, who's an ambassador in Elk Springs, at our August meeting, and she reported that they had already executed their evacuation plan, called neighbors, done the phone tree, and started to evacuate. She was in her car driving by the time she got the Nixle evacuation order. So they were ahead of the curve, and I can't help but think that probably helped fire personnel. Fire personnel didn't have to hold anybody's hand or, bug anybody to get out because they had already executed their plan. So I think this just goes to show, I don't want to take credit because really it's the folks in the neighborhood who did the work. I think we just helped them get the resources they need. So, preparation, mitigation, education, outreach, it works, and that's exactly what we do. So those are just two examples I wanted to give you. Shaq, could we go next? And so,
do they have a little bit, obviously, a more heightened awareness where they live? There's only one means of egress and ingress. I mean, there's one way in, one way out, just like Cedar Mesa ranches.
Exactly. Well, Cedar Mesa,
people living out there almost in the same type of a situation.
Yep.
So, and they're in heavily wooded areas.
Absolutely.
So I'm sure they're watching it pretty closely to get out.
Oh, they are. Yeah, absolutely.
Because there's no way out.
Yep, that's it. Yeah. So, kind of want to wrap things up here. Thanks for your time. So this is the ask part. So today we're asking for $15,000 from Montezuma County to help continue to support wildfire adapted. And what is this going to go towards? Basically everything I just told you, but I'll summarize. Expand outreach efforts to new communities that have higher risk of wildfire. Continue youth education efforts. Shaq, I think we skipped one there. Can we go back? Yep. Continue to support neighborhood ambassadors. Expand our free site assessment program, which is really where the bulk of our education happens. And also continue my time spent on making those recommendations for planning and zoning. And can we skip 2 ahead? Here we go. So again, that's kind of what I have for you today. So those updates and that ask. I really want to thank the county commissioners, Shaq, also for your time. I think I probably went over my allotted time a little bit, so I really appreciate you listening. And we really appreciate your support in the past and looking forward to the future. So I'm happy to field any questions. Thanks very much.
Alex, so you talked about probably one of the most important things you do is the on-site visits, correct? And then you talked about the Zoom meetings, that you've actually had more participation versus when you had the in-person meetings. But as a commissioner, I have learned since March that we have a lot more participation in our Zoom meetings, but we don't get nothing done. We just had a Western District meeting up there it's supposed to be in Montrose, and all the counties, the 15 counties participated. It was a 3-hour meeting, and then both the commissioners can say that at the end of that meeting, there was nothing accomplished except for a lot of us participated.
Mhm.
For some reason, these in-person meetings is where you get things done.
Yeah.
You are able to look the person in the eye, and so my question is, what do you see, how many more in-person on-site visits do you, if your request is granted, how can you increase those on-site visits?
I think by really getting the word out in different ways. So our program is really, it's really word of mouth, just because it's kind of ground up. We rely on volunteers and ambassadors to kind of spread the word. But I've started to work on more messaging in the county. I wrote an article that was a short article that got into the Journal, and then another that got into the Four Corners Free Press that was a little bit longer form. But I think word of mouth is great, and it, like you said, the word of mouth, direct contact really can create a connection, but just getting the word out is something I'm trying to focus on, because I agree that, you know, just posting something online isn't necessarily going to get folks out and signing up for those in-person site visits. So I think just working on messaging, whether that's educational kind of messaging that could be online, or whether it's just flyers, I think that would be the best way to increase those site visits, which is something I'm trying to do. So yeah, just kind of media outreach and messaging would be what I would spend a little bit more time in, and I think the result would be reaching more people.
All right.
Yeah, but I totally agree about those Zoom meetings. There's something lost in them looking
Yeah,
at a
yeah,
screen,
that-
but
there is. Thank you.
yeah, great.
Thank you for your presentation.
Great, thanks so much. Have a great day,
Yeah,
and
you
I
too.
look forward to hearing from you.
All right. Okay, we have public health with their,
We have social services.
so, did I read that correctly?
Or social
Social
services
Or,
might be next.
excuse me, I did read that incorrectly. Department of Social Services, Gina Montoya and Lori Higgins. Apologize for that. I just.
Good morning.
Are you going to give Commissioner Ortell a heart attack with your budget?
Oh, I hope not. I hope he's better today.
Thank you, ma'am.
And remember, food stamps is 100% paid for.
I know.
So I just don't want you all thinking it's coming out of county budget.
Before we get started, could we have Amy introduce herself for the
Oh, I'm
public that's
sorry.
not?
Amy, I've asked Amy Branson, our eligibility supervisor, to be present today in case you have any economic security questions that come up, because they have been coming up in the past couple of meetings. She's our resident expert.
Would you like to
What do you?
approve the,
Record
or
of proceedings?
I would move we approve the record of proceedings for the Montezuma County Social Services Department for Tuesday, July 28th, 2020.
second?
There's a motion and a second to approve the record of proceedings for the Montezuma County Social Service Department for Tuesday, July 28th, 2020. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And then, would you like to have a discussion, commissioners, on, or do you want to talk about the finances a little bit in your presentation, or was that going to be part of your presentation?
No, I didn't have a plan.
That's okay,
unless-
that's all right.
Did
I think the
your
number.
food stamp eligibility go up that much since the last month?
What they did is they did a pandemic EBT. So for all the school-age kids who weren't getting their free and reduced lunches, they did issue in July a large sum of money for those kids. So that was the increase.
And also, our TANF households got a $500 a one-time payment in August, each TANF household. I didn't know if you knew that or not.
No, each family that's eligible for TANF funds got an extra $500. in
A
August.
one-time $500 in the month of August.
Any other questions about the finances, commissioners?
No, this will probably have to be mine, because I know that Commissioner Tell struggles. He kind of. So I'd move that we approve the financial payments for July 2020 in the amount of 1,720,578.27.
Second.
Motion is second to approve the following payments for Montezuma County for the month, for the Social Service Department of Montezuma County for the month of July 2020 in the amount of $1,720,578.27. All those in favor of this?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Okay, the floor is yours now, Gina.
I don't have anything further to report.
Oh. You bring the
All-
pain and then you leave.
All is good. We're working very hard.
I'll bet you
I
are.
have a very stable staff, and I appreciate them all for all the hard work that they're doing. And things are going fairly well.
I'm sure the state's putting more demands on you guys. I mean, by increasing what they're doing is putting more.
We have a lot of Zoom meetings. Let's just say
Yeah.
that it's exhausting. In fact, we're going to one right after this at 11 o'clock.
I believe you.
Gina, are you familiar with the mill levy, that the change that was made in it? Do you have any comment about the mill levy before we start with our budget presentations? Or
Well,
you need to know more about it, or?
I think it's important to probably sit down with Shaq and others to look at the pros and cons. If that mill levy was to come back to social service, I think it makes good sense to, because what's going to happen in 5 years? Are we going to go into the general fund, the county general fund, and ask for those monies? I don't know, what the pros and cons. I think we need to have a very good discussion about how those monies would look like if they were coming back to social services, how they would be spent, et cetera. I don't think I can just give you
Okay.
Because it's basically the last year since we instituted that, it's been reducing your reserves, and you're just about, it hasn't come directly out of your operating money, but you have been using your reserves up to compensate for that.
And we're concerned about that because it's gonna keep decreasing.
Well, I need to see where those reserves are going, why, where you're using that reserve money, why you're consuming that. And we'll do it during our budget. That's the time and place for it. It's when we sit down and look at your budget and see what we're gonna do, and that's the time and place to discuss it, so.
That sounds good.
Be good.
At some point, there should be a discussion with the state that's now $4 billion in the hole that's supposed to fund some of this, and the feds that ran out of money $28 trillion ago, and how they're gonna keep funding their portion. I just want to throw that out there for consideration.
Thanks for all that good news.
Yeah, he's full of it, of good news, so.
I also believe that, this week, working with Montrose County and the attorneys, that we're able to help you with one of your cases. It sounds like hopefully that.
That
child relocation.
That was a big concern of mine because the non-custodial parent lives in Grand Junction. The custodial caretaker lives in Montrose County. And it only makes sense because the caregiver is also a TANF client. So, the clients are there, and they could better supervise that case than we can. And I just hope that they accept the transfer.
Well, it sounds like we pretty much, we have been successful in getting that transfer completed, and
They say they're going to.
Well,
So-
great. That's great news. I can tell my child support unit that's great that you were able to get that done. I tried other ways to get it done, and it wasn't going anywhere.
But Attorney Baxter told us you were having difficulty with that. A jurisdictional problem. So I think Commissioner spoke with the right commissioner in Montrose, and I think it's
good.
on its way.
Okay. Well, thank you for doing that.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Thank you, ladies, for your presentation.
thank you.
All right, now let's go to Public Health, Laura Schaefer and Arleta Yazzie.
Morning, ladies.
Good morning.
Good morning. We're still on here, right? Okay.
Is
Yeah.
it still on? Is it
Looks
red?
like it. So I just want to give an update and share some exciting news that we have after my COVID update. So as far as the COVID life is going, we did 83 tests in Dolores last week, and we had 0 positives come back. So that's good news. We have not scheduled any other community testings at this point because we are kind of sitting back in the wings and waiting for school to get started and kind of see. We want to be able to be available for whatever that might look like. So wanting to keep those kids in school and support the teachers and staff. So we also hired a part-time nurse to help with COVID using the funding that we received from the state for COVID support. And that is allowing us to free up 4 of our other nurses to get back to doing what they are hired to do, mostly nurse-family partnership. We do have our new nurse that started from our retired nurse, so this part-time nurse and she will take care of a lot of this COVID stuff. And of course, our other staff will be back up if things get serious, but we're kind of doing that. And we trained 5 contact tracers from the area, 2 of which have asked not to be paid. They want to volunteer. So that's pretty cool. So we're ready. We're ready for whatever happens this fall and with school. The exciting news that we have is that about a year ago, Bobby and I were approached to participate in the Colorado National Collaborative for Suicide Prevention Program. They sought us out with 5 other counties: Mesa County, La Plata County, El Paso, Pueblo, and Larimer. And they wanted us to learn about what they were doing, and so we didn't have an employee and we didn't have funding to support that, so Bobby and I did it. A lot of meetings and a lot of learning, and eventually money came, and we are supporting a position right now, but last week we found out that Colorado's program, again, so it's all 6 of us in that state, or in our state, were funded along with 7 other states in the nation to expand that work. So it's kind of cool. But I'm gonna let Arlena share. So this is Arlena Yazzie. She is our CNC coordinator and our Essentials for Childhood coordinator. So we're waiting for information on how that funding will look, and then we'll reevaluate that situation.
But is she going to be speaking about the suicide?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
good.
So.
Because our commissioner came in last week and told us that, what was it, unbelievable spike in the last 2.
Our coroner. Yeah.
A coroner.
Yeah. This is just a.
Thank you.
So the summary of CNC and then the pillars with our strategies and a media campaign that we're doing as well in conjunction with the Behavioral Health Action Team.
Arlena, do you remember, I don't remember what we average as far as suicides in the county every year. Was it 12-ish or?
I don't have the exact number.
I think you're right. It's around.
It's fluctuated up and down.
It fluctuates up and down, but it's in the teens, generally.
And that, obviously we could probably reach out to the coroner and find out the exact numbers, but there is a website through the Office of Suicide Prevention that shows year to year how many suicides have occurred, and then it shows the demographics as well, and it's pretty striking to see how many, of course, youth and veterans are. But also that a really unfortunate.
Sorry, Arlene, there we go. That should help.
Hello. Okay. But there are a lot of gaps in that information as well. I'm not certain, but I don't believe tribal member suicides are reported, and there's just a lot of there's not a lot of communication with when suicides happen and how they're reported to the state. So that's something we're kind of trying to focus on as well, is making sure that there's that ease of information. So as Laurel said, I am the Colorado National Collaborative and Essentials for Childhood coordinator at the Montezuma County Public Health Department. I've been in that role for about 3 months now. And the CNC piece, like she said, suicide prevention. The EFC piece is trying to figure out what barriers and what stigmas exist that are preventing families from getting connected with food and child care resources. So we're working on contributing to a landscape assessment by doing key informant interviews with community members that have experience in the WIC and the SNAP and the CCAP program, the Child Care Assistance Program. But today I'm mostly going to talk to the suicide prevention piece because we've had quite a few developments happening and it's kind of at the forefront out of everybody's mind right now. So to explain a little bit of how we got here, years ago several national level partners such as the Center for Disease Control, the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, and several other partners came together and realized that there wasn't really a comprehensive model for suicide prevention from a public health approach. They decided they wanted to create an approach and wanted to work with state and local level partners on its development. They took a scan of states all across America to decide like who's currently invested in some sort of suicide prevention work, their willingness and capacity to take on the work, and they went from there. So Colorado really fit that bill. So we're the only state in the U.S. that became a part of this collaborative. So thus was born the Colorado National Collaborative. And they work together to create the semblance of what you have in your packets right now. These pillars which help build resiliency in communities and help to prevent suicide. So Colorado came on board and they employed a similar approach to determine who locally they wanted to be a part of the collaborative. And they also looked at willingness, capacity, current efforts, and then rate and means of suicide in each county, and they did reach out to us to be a part of that. We're all 6 of us counties, Larimer, El Paso, Pueblo, Mesa, La Plata, we're all at different stages in our work, and so now we're all trying to figure out how to bring in this model and really kind of iteratively figure out how to make it a feasible model that can be implemented throughout the state and hopefully like across the U.S. The goal of the CNC is to create a comprehensive suicide prevention model to reduce suicide statewide in Colorado by 20% by 2024. And we truly are in this unique position as a county to contribute to the development of this model. And not only that, like we get to affect change in our community as well. The hardest part about this work, like any, is the financial means. As I mentioned, my role is currently split between this grant and the EFC grant. But just last week during our regular monthly CNC phone call, we received word from our state level person over at the Office of Suicide Prevention that all CNC work would be, so across all 6 counties, we would be supported by CDC funding for the next 5 years at $1 million a year divided among the counties. However that gets divided up, I'm hoping that the funds that Montezuma County receives will enable a greater focus on suicide prevention efforts. So my role is to provide the backbone, kind of administrative and communication supports to propel community action through coalition work. We were able to pull together or get at least 30 or so community partners on the list, on our mailing list, and we had 18 show up for our first meeting 2 months ago, or almost 3 months ago now, or 2 months ago, sorry. And at this point in time, we're discussing the pillar strategies. We're really working on trying to develop the coalition and building that rapport. It is a little bit challenging because we are meeting by Zoom, and I feel like trying to build any sort of relationship with any group is difficult in the virtual space. But we're working through that, and I'm hoping that we'll have some sort of hybrid setup as well in the coming, like the next couple of meetings. We are actively seeking members from the community, whether you are representing a group, an organization, or you just want to be a volunteer. And we warmly welcome and encourage individuals with lived experience around suicide to have a seat at the table. I I guess lastly, as we're going into September, which is Suicide Prevention Awareness Month, I just wanted to provide everyone listening with a short list of simple, actionable things that we can do to support suicide prevention efforts in our community. And that is talk about seeking help. Every day we can normalize that we are worthy and entitled to the mental health supports that we need. Learn about the local and state crisis lines. In each of your booklets, I've included the Access Care line. They have rebranded, and I think that was a really nice thing for them to do. And I'm going to take a second real quick. I'm acknowledging the county in the efforts that I've seen that you guys have been putting forth to like try to bring mental health to the foreground, especially like the social media page for Montezuma County. I've seen the shared care line and whatnot, so I do appreciate that and acknowledge that. So learn about the local and state crisis lines. They are a free service for anyone to use, and you can access them for whatever you deem a crisis, whether that's you failed the test, you lost a pet, you're experiencing suicidal ideation. These professionals are trained to help and can assist you in getting connected to a higher level of care. And I just encourage you to share these phone numbers widely with your friends and families. It's a way to help keep people get the support they need in an upstream way, rather than after they've already fallen in the waters. And then lastly, I hope through the work that I'm doing here to help bring in perhaps more gatekeeper trainings, whether it's virtually or in person or hybrid. These are often free, and it's really important. These trainings are really important because it teaches you how to ask the question, are you thinking about suicide? Do you have a plan? And those can be really difficult questions to ask, especially when you haven't maybe even had them in your vocabulary, or growing up in this community, I've come to realize, and I've heard a couple of people say it this way, but our community is very passionately and ruggedly individualistic. We pull ourselves up by our bootstraps. We do it ourselves. We get it done. And a lot of times we don't ask for help. But also, like, is there somebody there that's asking you if you need help? So it's really important. It goes either way. Like, you need to have that help-seeking behavior, and you need to have the person who's willing to ask the question, because otherwise those unspoken needs may never be met. And I guess with that, that's all I've got. It's probably a lot. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. If I don't have the answer right now, I will do my research and get back to you.
I got a question.
Yes.
So my oldest daughter, she just left to go back. She got a job for mental health in Salt Lake City, but she's been, for the last 6 months, she has been the one of these people, when you call that hotline for suicidal tendencies, she's on the other line. And so the number one, after they get to talking to her, the number one thing that is making them suicidal is COVID-19. By the time that they get to whatever it is, it's either it's a parent, if it depending on their age, it might be a parent that has lost their job, is drinking heavily, is beating the mom, but it started with COVID-19. So, and then I could just go on and on about people being suicidal over COVID-19, because I'm one of them. So, what is it? How can you change your we already know what the main source is. I know there's multiple other sources, but that, in my opinion, and I'm in my daughter's opinion, of those phone call after phone call, it all goes back to what's going on with COVID-19. How do we bring up, is there an end to the COVID-19?
I guess, and I want to piggyback onto that also too,
Go
because
ahead.
you talked about some of the training sessions, whether they be hybrid or in person and or just via Zoom. You heard us talk about our Zoom meetings, and we have them all the time also. There is a huge loss of that need for that
Human
interaction,
connection,
which
yeah.
is creating that level to go higher. I think you're definitely correct.
Yeah.
That's a big part of this. So my question to you is, when do you plan on going back to a minimum of hybrid meetings? And I would encourage at least hybrid meetings, because There are some people that still have the.
Right,
that
they're
being
concerned
extremely
for their own
cautious,
safety, right?
But there are a lot that are not. So I think the sword cuts both ways, and I think we're gonna start cutting rapidly the opposite direction, and it's already proven with the coroner last week. So I would encourage you to start a minimum of hybrid meetings, and we have a lot of big spaces in our county that you can actually have in-person meetings and keep your distancing or whatever you need to have, because obviously public health, you guys are at the top of that forefront. So it is COVID-19 is working in both directions.
Right. And I guess while I'm here, would this be a space that could be utilized for a hybrid meeting?
We
Definitely.
Thank you.
can utilize this space all the time.
Okay, great. That's good to know. And to touch back on your comment, Larry, or Commissioner Sukla.
Call me Larry.
Yes, the COVID is a trauma that we're all experiencing, everybody in some way or another. And I can't speak for where your daughter works, but I think
The clients are from Salt Lake City. They're
right.
in
Sorry,
Salt Lake City.
but for Montezuma County, like this, obviously the issue of suicidal ideation existed before COVID. And it definitely, COVID exacerbated the issue of social isolation, which from my previous work around social determinants of health, that was like one of the hugest things for this community. And that is just it's a multifaceted issue. We're not gonna solve, like, COVID's likely not gonna just disappear, right? We're not gonna go back to normal. It is something that we're gonna have to figure out and work with. And I agree on your comment. It is really hard to build rapport and build relationships when you're meeting in that virtual space. But we're certainly doing the best we can and trying to reach people how we can. And this is all part of the process as we figure out what suicide prevention looks like in our community. And again, we're not going to solve it by next year. This work is going to exist well beyond the timeline of my position. So
But I can tell you what I instantly seen. So I went to the first day of school to pick up my freshman daughter. And over this summer, that she has about 15, 20 friends, that they have had more sleepovers than they've ever had. And when those girls are together, first of all, none of them's wearing a mask. They're hugging each other, wrestling around like freshmen, 8th graders going into freshman do. And they are happy. When my daughter is away from them, even when she's got this and they can do Instagram, whatever all that stuff is, she gets depressed. And I watched them kids walk out of that school, at that high school, and I seen smiles on their face. So this still about, 2 years, we already know how to fix it. You said social isolation, by those kids going back to school and being around each other, which I think is ironic because I don't know if they are doing social distancing in the school. They do have to wear the mask, but those kids have been together, 20 of them all summer. Not one of them's been wearing a mask and not one of them's sick. So I hope we encourage the in-person because I really think it's helpful.
Absolutely. Yeah. And then, sorry, kind of stepping back to your comment again, Commissioner Candelaria, especially with the gatekeeper trainings, they can be triggering. We all come from our own lived experiences, right? And generally in those gatekeeper trainings, there's an offer to connect with the trainer if you are experiencing something that's triggering. So it is a lot harder to realize when you're looking at Zoom than when you are with a group of people. So I'm hoping that we explore small groups, maybe outdoor groups, to still get that gatekeeper training throughout the community. And honestly, it's a training that anybody can take and anybody should take. Everybody has the opportunity to intervene and try to help somebody get connected. Any other questions?
Just for the record, I did confirm with George Devers just now there are 12 a year as our average.
And where are we at right now?
We had 6 in 2 months.
I thought you said we were only at 6 for the whole year, but I
We're,
might be
we're at 6 for the
misrepresenting that.
year. The last
So we're doing well.
week prior to his report, we had 4 overdoses, but I don't think he had ruled whether they were intentional or accidental.
Okay.
So it's a little bit of both. We've got overdoses and we've got, it seems like it's starting to rise.
And
Very good
Commissioner Sukla,
presentation.
According
Thank
to the
you.
statistics in Montezuma County, the highest risk is ages 55 to 64.
Our aging community is at very high risk, and that with our model, we as a coalition get to decide who our priority populations are, and it may be that we address the older aging population, we address youth, we address veterans, but that's just something that the group needs to decide and what they're going to be motivated to work towards creating change for. So, sorry.
And I just want to add for public health that we totally acknowledge that, the issue of the disconnection. And that is something that we have voiced over and over, and we're not the only public health agency that has voiced that to our state level, that, you know, this is important and we need to find a balance. I think our community has found a balance. I'm going to knock on wood. And again, that is why we are backing off the community testing for a little bit, because we want to see these schools open successfully, because these children deserve that. And we do deserve connection, and we need the connections. So we
That was-
absolutely agree.
That was a very pronounced statement, what you just said about this balance, and we're all in agreement with that.
Yeah, and you know, we don't know what can happen, but we'll be ready. And again, the goal will be to be where we are. So, okay,
Right.
thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Oh, you have one more.
Keep thinking of things. And I would love to have one of you gentlemen participate, whether that's county administrator or one of the commissioners. Would love to have you be a part of the coalition as well. If not, I'm happy to send you out the information through the email list. I don't know how inundated you guys are with emails, but I can definitely try to connect with you guys in that sense as well. So please let me know. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the invite.
Meeting for
Rick Torres, Veteran Services.
Morning, Rick.
Good morning.
Hey, just before we leave though, Arlene, off subject, just being a city council, we're going to have a discussion later today with Bonnie, and it's going to have to do with the sidewalks, weeds, and the sand that has never been brushed off of the roads. And so
Or the sidewalks. Wasn't it the sidewalks?
Yeah, the sidewalks. So I just want you to be updated that about the weed problem we have in the city. That has nothing to do with you, but you are a decision maker that can change what's going on. So I just wanted you to be aware of that.
We actually have been meeting in a hybrid space the last 2 meetings, so.
Okay.
I would be open to being here if I could for our collaborative meeting. Just throw that out.
All right. Thank you.
And this room will be open for that meeting.
Yeah, and we're going to be right
Planning
here.
on being here.
Yeah, we're planning on being here.
I'm
Thank
gonna
you.
Zoom maybe.
You'll be gone.
I'll
Yeah.
be zooming.
Rick, you probably know this. I'm still looking at the statistics for suicides, and veterans are way overrepresented more than any other category.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was encouraging to learn that I just hit 2 of those populations groups
So-
myself. 18 populations, 5 and over.
And a veteran.
So 2 strikes.
And actually male.
Shaq, call him daily, would you?
So
Make
you
sure
got
you
3
check in with him?
strikes. And male's the other one.
Oh, that's good.
Here's our report. Yeah, it's an ongoing issue. The VA is continuously battling every director of the VA, every administration that comes in. That's a #1 priority, and homelessness.
Which one do you?
Yeah.
Either one.
You are correct.
I got it right here.
Mm-hmm. I would like to move that the record of proceedings for the Montezuma, oh, wait, no, that's social services. I don't need that.
This would be for the
Oh, it is.
certification of certification.
That's okay,
I
I'll
move that
put it
we
up on the
accept
screen for you right now.
certification of day For the Veteran Service
That's all right.
Officer for July 2020 in the amount of $9,719.69.
Second.
Motion is second to approve the certification of pay for Montezuma County's Veterans Service Officers, Service Office in the amount of $9,719.69 for the month of August. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, it's the month of
That's
July.
a goodly amount, Rick.
And I apologize.
Yeah,
I apologize for handing you the wrong
it's all right.
form.
I didn't go too far with it.
Thank you.
Alrighty, as you'll see on the screen, we have a report for our activity for the previous month. And I always like to compare the previous year. In July of 2019, pre-COVID, we saw 220 veterans and their survivors come to our office. When you look at July of this year, we had 137, dramatic drop of 83 clients over the previous year. Out of that 137 people that came to our office last month, 11 were new clients. We're always encouraged to see roughly about 10% a month new clients. That's always good to hear. Last month, 2 home visits. We did 7 events, outreach events, 1 community event. Most of these events were on Zoom, you know, tele events. We filed 18 claims. Of those 18 claims, the VA decided 16. 13 were favorable, 2 were unfavorable, they were denied, 1 stayed the same. So pretty good average of winning claims still. What you're going to look at on our monthly income for the July of 2020, those 13 claimants won a combined total of a little over $12,000 a month. In a year, that should add up to a little over $148,000. And those 13 favorable claims generated a little over $94,000 in back pay. When you look at year-to-date, January through July, all the folks that have won claims this year, combined earnings per month is a little over $88,000 a month, a little over $1 million a year, and slightly under $500,000 in back pay. So we should be on track, hopefully, to hit over the $2 million mark annual income if we keep going the way we're going. The next thing I'd like to share with the commissioners, you know, because of COVID, the report that I have, it's the Shaq should have it. It shows you on the screen to the left. I usually don't show the commissioners this. This is behind the scenes stuff. I keep track of all our numbers. You see the monthly and annual year to date, but you'll see January we were at 236 clients coming through the office, 197, 160, and then
Boom.
yeah, I think, you know, right there you can see that 21 in April, slowly we're starting to tick back up. Last month we hit the 137 mark. So hopefully this continues, and by the end of the year, hopefully we'll be back up to that 200, average of about 200 people a month coming through the office. So there, the rest of the stuff, you can see the new clients, house calls, outreach events. But that's how how COVID has impacted as far as in-person visits.
That was
Couple of
huge in
things-
that month.
Pardon me?
So it was just huge, the decrease in
Oh,
that.
yeah, big decrease.
It's
And a lot of people-
successfully taken the elderly population, I mean, if you call that elderly, I don't, but 55 and above, basically out of society. I mean, that's a huge decrease from 236 to 21.
It was.
That's
And
huge.
a lot of people thought we were closed, but we weren't. We were in the office, we were hunkered down. We weren't seeing clients, everything was being done over the phone. Because if you actually were to look back at our previous reporting, as far as benefits being granted and claims being done per month, the number of claims being generated, it was all done by phone, encrypted emails, faxes, hand delivering claims, you know, in mailboxes, and one guy, and then the next day he'd call me and we'd go over it over the phone. So, you know, we did what we have to do, you know, adjust how we did business and continue to help the veterans and the widows. And even during that time, the La Plata County VSO had left their county. I briefed you last month, they did hire somebody, but there was about a 2-month period there where we were also helping their clients and their vets and their widows. Anyway, with that said, I'd like to bring the commissioners up to speed on a couple of things. At the bottom of the report there, we just went over the 2020 office activity. I did want to report that I'm very proud of Sarah, our assistant service officer. She did a national training this year because of COVID. I'm not going to the in-person training in Denver. Usually they hold it in Westminster, Colorado. So we had some funds left over, so we shifted that for Sarah to get some training in. She passed that test.
Good.
On a side note, it's not on here. Next week, my office is going to be closed. If you go on Facebook, you'll see that posted on Montezuma County Veteran Services Facebook. But you'll see it on there. We're closed next Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We're going to be doing our annual conference that I normally go to. We're going to be doing it online. Sarah's going to be joining us for that training. So all the 67 counties will be doing training online.
64 counties.
I'm sorry, 64 counties.
You grew. You grew some counties there.
You can annex some property there, you know, and throw some rights away in there. What do I know?
Sorry.
Thank you.
67.
Yeah, that's 67.
He's growing.
I
He likes
think
growing
we had a
things.
president that thought we had more states than we did too, didn't we?
So we'll take care of those veterans.
We did?
Yeah, Obama, yeah.
I wanted to bring the
Said something
commissioners
like
up to speed. You're
58
probably
or
aware of this
59.
already.
Oh, yeah.
But we're gonna do the city of Cortez is doing the park dedication sign for Veterans Park. That's gonna be held on Friday, September 11th at 10 a.m. It'll be about a 30 to 45 minute presentation, a couple of speakers, or the marching on of the colors, so on and so forth. So it should, you know, I would imagine they're gonna do the social distancing and everybody will be out there. But we'll be outdoors, it'll be fine. All right, another thing, Montezuma County's second annual Veteran Stand Down hosted by the VFW in conjunction with our office, assisting in anything that we can with them, go to all their meetings. That's gonna be on Saturday, September 19th. Last year, for the first time that the VFW had this event, we had a little over, I think it was 103 veterans came through there.
Yeah, that's up at the annex, isn't it?
Yeah, it's up at the
good.
annex. They're gonna
Yeah.
follow whatever the health department tells them we have to do. I will say this, I posted that flyer on our county Facebook page the day after they approved that they were gonna continue to do this thing. And on Facebook, 3,800 people have looked at that flyer. Yeah, so
Wow.
that's one of our highest postings on Facebook. A little over 3,800 people have read it. Now, if a tiny percentage of that 3,800
Show up.
Yeah, show up. Yeah, I think
10
we'll have more than 100 vets.
10%, if you can get 10%, you got 380 people. Yeah, you got a bunch coming.
And for those listening, whether it's on radio, online, or whoever they're listening to this, there will be breakfast, burritos, there'll be some lunch. They're trying to, all the vendors that they're using are being generated with local, they're using local vendors as much as possible. So I'm a big advocate of that myself. And I think that's pretty much it. I will say this, we did plug in the Grand Junction VA Medical Mobile Unit to come down here for that event on that Saturday for the Veteran Stand-Down. So unless something comes up in Grand Junction where they need that mobile lab, like I think they were doing the COVID test out of the lab. Hopefully they clean it well before they bring it down. But anyway, but if nothing fires back up, that mobile unit should come back down to us, and we'll have it here for our event. We're always excited when the VA employees come out. And with that said, if the commissioners have any questions?
I got a question for you, Rick. Do you, have you heard of any, are we going to have our Veterans Parade this year?
Yeah, as far as I know, that's still going.
Good deal.
November 11th on Armistice Day.
It'll be
Good.
a nice, beautiful, sunny.
Yeah, and a couple of months ago, there was some discussion when the VFW, I go to their meetings most often, and the discussion was to postpone the veteran stand down, and they started to have that discussion. And I told them, my opinion was, don't postpone it, plan for it, do everything like you're going to do it, and unless the health, unless something, lightning bolts come down from the sky, then postpone it maybe.
Yeah.
But plan for it, and you could always turn it off.
Yeah.
Because, and it's a good thing they did, because a lot of people are looking forward to that event. A lot of people are donating things to that, supplies to that event. And some of the funds, actually the majority of the funds that are going towards that event are being spent on local businesses that have been hurt by the COVID.
Mhm.
So it's a way to give back to our local community, not just the veterans, but also the businesses.
One other question. It has been brought to my attention that the American Legion has always allowed RVs like the Elks, and that the city is kicked them out as far as is there any truth to that?
Well,
Do you know?
I don't know anything about the city doing anything against the American Legion's, their property on North Harrison. I was just there at the meeting, it's usually the first Tuesday of every month, and there was an RV parked out there with a
Okay.
sign, the park
All right.
manager. They also have, if you're going up towards Rico, or just past Dolores on the right-hand side.
Yeah, the
American
Legion
Campground,
campground, yeah.
That is still active.
Good.
And then the one at the Legion, as far as a couple of weeks ago, it's still active. But
Good.
I can ask them about that.
Okay, well, I probably got some false information, but thank you.
I might even have to park my RV there.
All right, Commissioners, any,
No.
thank you for,
Anything?
appreciate it.
Thank you, commissioners, appreciate it.
Thank you,
All the
Rick.
best to everyone.
Jonathan Parker, our Senior Services. First question that we're going to ask you, since we know that your wife works at the Thai restaurant, is when are they going to let us back in that place?
Hey, John, is that mic on? Okay.
Do you
Good
know
question.
we're gonna-
You know, they kind of take a different approach, so I think it'll be
Okay.
a little bit, honestly.
Oh.
Yeah. I do want to touch on a couple of things. First of all, I heard the same thing about the city from the Legion, about that RVers were kicked out, because I knew some people over there, so I did hear that too as well. I also wanted to touch on the suicide thing, because I'm in both categories. It's kind of a sucky club to be in. At 54 to 65 is the highest nationally too, and it's actually been for a while, several years. I think 3 or 4 years, that's the top category for suicide, so it's not a good club to be a part of. You makes you think in different terms. And so with that, I do want to touch on, as far as the center goes, well, the pictures are great, but I want to touch before we get on and I won't be too long. I've tried to touch on social isolation and loneliness for the seniors. I think I did the first article back in May in our newsletter, and I try almost every month to do some sort of an article on the loneliness thing because it's important. You had mentioned, Commissioner, about the smartphones. Everybody's talking, everyone's chatting, and they know we actually communicate more now than ever before. More frequent, more often, longer conversations, older, younger, everybody, and yet people are more lonely than ever before, especially the over, I think, 40, 45 group. And it has to do with the face-to-face. It's exactly what it is. So kind of taking all that little brief bit of information coming to the center, we are, we want to get that going for our seniors as well. So like as far as the annex goes, we've got, I think, 3 bookings for September. The Tai Chi class will be coming back, the balance class will be coming back to the annex. So to try to get some sort of normalcy back to the seniors, to the center, we want to get there. I think one of the dance groups, Dr. Heil's dance group, has already contacted us about the senior center. My sort of goal is once we get this done, once the kitchen is done, it's approved, the city's done what they need to do, as far as in the health department saying you're good to go. I would really like to get meals going back really within a couple of weeks of it being done. And there'll be smaller meals for sure, smaller groups. We'll probably divide them up alphabetically or something like that. So it'll be a Monday here, this group, kind of a Wednesday, this group. But, I do understand that importance because it has been kind of an interest of mine since I took over the job. I started doing these articles way back last year, and I understand the loneliness part of it. And one of the things they do know is that loneliness affects, our physical health, emotional health, mental health, all of it. And even as far as like recovering from a sickness, they know that having people around, family around, you're talking about your kiddo, there's a world of difference being socialized and being around people, and yet in a safe way, but it still has to be done. So anyways, I did submit this. I gave this to Shaq for everyone to see. I know the project's taken a little bit of time, but I want, who's ever out there watching, the commissioners to kind of see some of the before and after pictures, that the progress being made, so you can have a more visual here. And so I took some snaps. These initial snaps went to Janine, that I sent to her, and then I just took the other ones the other day. You can kind of see the massive difference.
That looks good, man.
So.
I did a walkthrough yesterday. Shaq
Yeah.
and I actually personally had to go kind of look at it all. And then we with the health department, they had, what did he say their final inspection to do? But everything is way better.
Yeah.
It looks like a commercial kitchen now.
Yeah.
It's just, it's, that little freezer there, now you actually
Yeah,
have
yeah,
a real
yeah.
freezer space.
Got a real
I mean,
walk-in.
yeah, it just is, it's a great upgrade.
Yeah.
Well needed.
Yeah,
And,
absolutely.
I realize it took some time, but I think in the end, we're gonna be a lot better off. than-
Well, and my view is it was really tough, honestly, to rent out the annex in the kitchen in the shape it was. And now we've got this commercial, it looks sanitized, it feels sanitized, it's gonna clean easier, it's gonna look better, and it is commercial grade. So I think the county can be, really pleased, all your constituents out there with the tax dollars being used for this. I mean, it's a job well done by, Comiskey Construction, Mike Chenard's involvement and stuff. And so it's turned out, I think, real solid. There's a few little pieces that's not quite done yet, but it's a real solid remodel for sure, yeah.
Great.
Good deal.
How soon are you gonna open that salad bar up to employees?
Right. Well, that's going to be one of the things is how are we going to do the meals? Are we going to be serving a meal, serving them the salad, some of those things? But yeah, we do want to, we just need to get it back. It's just been long in the tooth.
How did you stand with your budget in Comiskey? How did you stand with your?
I don't know exactly where we're at with it. I know as far as our, the seniors, our budget is healthy. We're good over there as far as what it went for the construction phase of the kitchen. I'm not sure, Commissioner, honestly, where we're at.
I don't think we've seen any change orders at all, have we, Shaq? So
I've not
everything
approved any,
was,
so.
everything should be on track just as we approved it, or to my knowledge, we haven't. Nothing has been presented to us.
And that's in the capital budget, that's not in John's, so he won't see it anyway.
Okay.
Correct.
And I do know, like, as far as, equipment, everything fell within what we had intended, planned on. Everything was within that.
But that was all your purchases that you took care of.
Yes.
And it does look great, too.
It does look really good, yeah, it does.
Yeah, I
The
think
floor
that-
is way an improvement over that old style VCT. It's just.
And within the lighting and everything, it's just brighter.
Is 55 considered a senior then?
No, 60 is.
60.
60, yeah. For AAA purposes, I think McDonald's coffee is 55.
Yeah, I think ARP wants you in there early.
It is 55 at ARP, but for our purposes, for AAA, it's 60.
Yeah.
So would Shaq still be, and I still be allowed to eat there at the
No.
senior center? if we-
No, you wouldn't.
You guys haven't hit 60 yet?
No, we're allowed to eat there, we just pay a little bit.
There is a fee. Right, exactly, yeah.
So then maybe, what is that? Do you know? what the fee-
It's $8, yeah.
I got it. Larry wants to eat there. I got it.
Yeah.
You got it covered. Let us know when you start up with your meals in your kitchen. We would like to come up and.
Absolutely, and we do want to have kind of we want to have a big kind of a public open or a grand opening or a big meal or just something, invite the public to come through, because we have had a lot of interest. There has been people walking through to see it, so it's a county.
When you get that all buttoned in, we
Yeah.
need to have some activity.
It's good news, it's good positive news, yeah, absolutely. So,
All right.
good?
Thank you, John.
Okay, thanks, appreciate it.
Greg Felson, the CSU.
Good morning, Greg.
All
How are you
right,
doing,
good
Greg?
morning. I'm going to say good morning and hopefully keep my presentation under the morning hours as well, too. We're pushing it there. But I was not able to visit with everyone last month because we
July,
had our
4-H kids in
annual
Montezuma
county
County.
fair.
Bring the
So I wanted to start out with our county fair recap, and if Shaq could show this local news network, which I had some connections over in La Plata County. They have moved now into, or added Montezuma County as well, too. Some great news coverage on a variety of different stuff happening here in our county. And one they wanted to do on was our county fair. So if we can play that, Shaq, that'd be great. If you haven't seen it.
Every year in late July, the 4-H kids of Montezuma County bring the animals they've raised all year to be auctioned at the county fair. 4-H is a positive youth development and mentoring organization that is over 100 years old and has deep roots in farming and agriculture. 4-H provides experiences where young people learn by doing and aims to help young people and their families gain the skills needed to be proactive forces in their communities. As you can probably imagine, things have been a little different this year due to the coronavirus.
You
I think one thing that the pandemic has definitely highlighted is the inequities in our communities and how we can reach people, all people in our community. And so that's definitely something that we need to adapt to and allow for us to be out there in all different communities, letting them know here are the resources and how you can access them so you can take advantage of our programs. I'm hoping we showed a lot of resiliency through this very difficult time, and that when hopefully things get back to a little bit more of normalcy that we're used to, that we come out of this even stronger as a community, and it's specifically an extension and 4-H community, that everyone's had to deal with it, and my hope is that it brings us together more.
This year we have the coronavirus and it's much different than most years.
How so?
We don't get to have the summer fun shoot, or we don't get to have practice shoots or contest shooting or anything like that. Because
What do you miss most about that?
just being able to shoot with our friends, and
You've got a lot of those kids that were a little more shy, a little more quiet, that have had to step up and speak up and do things on their, by themselves instead of as a group. So it's taught them how to be more self-sufficient.
I raise market goats, so I actually breed my goats and then train the babies and take them to fair.
How many goats do you have?
I have 9 goats right now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So that must be a handful.
They are a handful, but they're great.
So you get pretty close to the animals?
You do. That's kind of one of the things they want you to do in fair, so you have the bond with your animal.
How has this year been different with 4-H, with COVID and everything?
It's been a lot different. With 4-H, you do clubs and you have meetings to talk about everything happening in your club in the community. And with COVID, you can't have large groups of people, so that's been harder because you can't really go to your people and talk about what's happening in person. So it's just made communicating a lot harder.
Despite the challenges of getting together as a group during the lockdowns, other critical issues have been getting more of the attention they deserve.
As everyone's gone to their local supermarket and all of that and seen meat off the shelves or eggs off the shelves and stuff like that, we need to organize more of, hey, there's people producing that locally, and how we can connect consumers to our producers in our area. There's a lot of people that have chicken projects that are raising eggs, a lot of meat producers as well too, and people looking now more than ever to know their local producer of meat and produce as well too, that this is a great opportunity for people to get connected with your agriculture community. The ability to have these 4-H youth members that have worked so hard throughout the year to actually get to show their animals and sell their animals is essential for their mental health and going forward. It's been a tough, resilient time, but if our community comes together, especially for our youth, I think that's a great benefit.
For more information on 4-H, visit 4-h.org. For Local News Network, this is Brian Sullivan.
Well, I wish I had more of the kids and not my ugly face talking, but I just want to say that I thought the Montezuma County Fair was a great success.
And we have been, the commissioners people have reached out to us,
Sure.
and told us that you guys did a fantastic job.
That's great to hear.
I think it went very well,
Yeah.
even under the conditions that we were in.
Absolutely.
I think it went real well.
Yeah, so from good press to over $250,000 in the livestock sale and still add-ons going up. That's a great thing for return on investment for a solid, good 4-H program that's thriving in the community. And then just, like I said, the community support, the businesses, we give a lot of thanks and gratitude for this community coming together and supporting our youth and specifically youth agriculture. We just got state fair projects of all the general projects that came back, and I'm excited to say that Montezuma County definitely represented very well with a few grand champion, reserve grand champions in the state, everywhere from shooting sports to cake projects and all of that. So that's really good to hear. I got to give kudos to Andrea Jeter, our 4-H program coordinator, for working her butt off. We had, like I said, I think it was 2 months ago, 2 interns that came in because we're short-staffed, Tierney Wilson and Ashley Jeter, that also really came together, worked with the Fair Board very well, and very pleased on the way the 2020 County Fair went. And so we'll look forward to work even harder for another fair coming up a year from now.
Was there actually, because I know that there was talk about a hybrid sale, was there livestock that sold virtual too?
Right, so we had, I was Jedediah from Mesa Media, and worked with the IT department here so that it was run virtually as well too. I don't know the exact numbers on, I know there was bids that came in. I can't tell you if all of those bids went virtually. There's more probably in person through the sale, but they had the option. We heard great results, even if you weren't buying from the virtual livestock sale. You still had people in Florida, relatives in Texas, wherever, that could watch something as nice as a livestock sale. And Jedediah from Mesa Media just does a wonderful job as well too. Yeah. Just to give you then another update on, since the end of June, we've been without an administrative assistant position. Working with Shaq, we got the advertisement out last week and are starting to get applications in. We'll leave until we get a good applicant pool, probably right before the Labor Day holiday. We'll cut that off and we'll start interviews for that to be a fully staffed office with our friends in the noxious weed department. Now I start shifting, or have been shifting, is that it is orchard season. And so this weekend on Saturday from 9 to noon, we'll be doing our peach and plum sale out at the Southwest Research Station in Yellow Jacket in collaboration with Dolores County as well too. As many of you know, Palisades went through a freeze in the spring. Yeah. So peaches are a high commodity. We got lucky down here that just missed us. So I just talking with Gus this morning, I bet you those peaches are gone by 10 o'clock, 10:30 at the most. So if you want them, you better get out there quick. We'll have half bushels of peaches for $25 and bags of plums for $5. And then with that, the majority of the orchard are apples, as you might know. And so that's where this year we will have a roadside stand, and we're looking at mid-September. We're kind of at the mercy of the fruit, but we'll be looking at that next week. We've been able to organize with Care and Share Food Bank of the Rockies, that they were able to come down a week and a half ago, drop off pallets and totes, is the way we're going to harvest this year, and have been able to connect with local agencies from the food bank in Toyac to here in Cortez at the Good Samaritan, to Dove Creek, and even Pagosa Springs, so that we are getting apples out to people who need them, in need. Alongside locals who want to take them for baking, or purchase them for baking, or for just eating as well too. And so that's kind of this end of the harvest season onto that. And then talking to Shaq as well too, and Bonnie, what we'll be focusing on sort of fall, winter time is sort of this engagement to our local farmers and ranchers. I think we know we got lucky with a decent winter last year that are keeping the water levels, getting us through. But let's just hope we have a good winter this year to stock the reservoirs as well too. I'm not going to look to what that future could bring with already talking about wildfires and all this type of stuff. Let's just stay positive at this point onto that. But with Shaq, working on kind of drought workshops or arid workshops, and the ability to get some programming out in that form as well too. Just visiting different farms and different stuff. Yeah, there has been loss in production, I think over year. So let's look at it and address it and get education out. Lastly, when Tom Hooton was still with Extension, he was our representative on the Colorado Commission for Indian Affairs, and I was hoping to get a nomination for myself to take over that position.
What does this board need to do that?
I think you just need to approve it, make a motion of it, and approve that. I just want to let you know we did work on a project that of getting an AmeriCorps Vista member in Toyoak and with the Ute Mountain Ute tribe. And so that is getting through its host application process and the ability to work with their K-12 education department down there. And I think it's a perfect collaboration with Extension to work on that as well.
Commissioners?
And I appreciate the nomination.
I think, yeah, I'll second that.
Motion and a second to approve Greg Felsen as the new representative for the Indian Affairs Office of the state of Colorado.
Absolutely. I appreciate it. Thank you, John.
Well,
Yep.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. There you go.
Is there any other questions or?
I actually had a question.
Oh, we got two. Yeah.
Well, and it was part of our Zoom meeting that we had with CCI too. So Blake Naughton, I don't know if you're.
Yeah, our new director. Yeah.
But he's the new director.
Yeah.
And one of the questions that were brought up, the newly governor appointed person to 4-H, is that, if that's correct?
Veterinarian.
Is that
advisory board?
But
oh,
about
right. I did
Animal
hear a
Lives
little
Matter.
bit that. Correct.
How is that going to make a turn
Right.
on what CSU is doing with Extension? And there was a lot of discussion there of what is CSU doing to that appointment and what this person is putting out there.
Sure. And so in our last full educators meeting across the state, that was brought up by our deputy director, Ashley Stokes, who's right under Blake Naughton. And at that point, it was, don't get involved in the political issues relating to that person's comments. I do know we have a strong supporter from our Commissioner of Agriculture, that Kate Greenberg, who knows our area very well, and I've worked with her on 4-H projects in La Plata County and over here in Montezuma County now, of the support for livestock and knowing how important that is to our region. With that, I wouldn't want to get the youth involved in any controversial issues onto that end, but it definitely needs to be a dialogue of understanding generations and our way of living in the West.
So I guess just keep us posted if anything changes on that, because
Sure.
it sounds like it was going to get extremely political.
Right.
And
Yeah.
I'm not sure that's where CSU wants to be as far as Extension.
Oh, absolutely. And I think that was the main point that she did bring up, the deputy director, is like, hey, we don't want Extension getting their noses into things that they don't need to, and they'll approach it on that higher leadership end.
Okay.
Yep.
You mean as far as the higher leadership in at CSU? Because what concerns me with what you're saying is because I know what she said. She said several things, but one of them was that 4-H actually taught, was like animal abuse or something like that, to those effects. You probably know what her words were.
Right.
And so how long do you let her push us out of 4-H saying, you know, if her values, she's a vegan, her values, we've got a very anti-agricultural governor. I mean, my gosh, he went against beef and you know, we should have these made-up chemical burgers that walk, or what they call them, Beyond Burgers
Beyond
or
Meat
whatever,
or something.
Beyond Meat. So when do you just watch your children just 4-H just all of a sudden the powers to be say no more 4-H because one person doesn't believe in it.
Right.
Is there a tipping point where we are allowed to have a fight for what we believed in for 100 years, or do we just?
Sure. I guess you get a lot of support from our 4-H program to fight for that, and especially in this region as well too. However, I think it does then, I think we have support from our state 4-H office that would stand up for that, and onto that our extension as well too. I'm sure Blake and Ashley are looking at that, and through CSU being one of the largest ag schools, or our land grant university that supports animal science and directions onto that end. So, yeah. I know it's just, another politics and a crazy political one.
Keep us posted on it, 'cause it,
It's a big deal.
it was a
I
little
missed
bit
her. Who was
concerning.
she? Who was this that said that?
She's the newly appointed veterinarian to this state of Colorado.
And I can't remember
Yeah.
her name. They were going.
Yeah, I
so
don't even
fast,
know.
I was trying to
Yeah.
write names down, but
Yeah.
I can go back to that Zoom meeting and catch it. But.
The last question.
Yep.
I received a phone call from a Chris about some sick cattle dying, getting blind first. Did you receive this phone call?
I didn't get a phone call on that. No.
Have you heard anything going on in the county where these cattle, the water's lowering and poisoning from sprayings or anything like that?
I think there's something to do with algae poisoning in the still waters.
Do you know what part of the county it was in?
Yeah, it's called Kearnsey Canyon. It's above 34, Road 34. So, I don't know if it's Kearnsey or Kearney. There's a subdivision there with the name.
Yeah.
I'll look into it, but yeah, no, I didn't hear anything.
I can get more information. Actually, what the gentleman was wondering was if there's a meter that reads the water, you test the water.
Yep, yep.
Does
Well, we do. Well, we send it off to the Servitech organization. That's closest one is Dodge City, Kansas, and they do a water analysis on it. Yeah, if you talk to them again and tell them to come to our office, I have already the containers ready to go on that. Yeah. Yep. Awesome. Is Bonnie next? Can we bring Bonnie up?
Yeah, bring up Bonnie.
Have a good day.
Thanks,
Bonnie,
Greg.
you're going to have to come back after lunch because we're going to break.
No.
Oh, God. I was going to say I have a meeting at 1:30.
I'm not available at 1:30.
Bonnie, can I bring something up before you get started with your presentation?
Yep.
This is constituents, so it has to do with the city of Cortez. So I just want to give a background, and all of us, when we leave here, we can go look. I talked to our maintenance, and we are required to keep the weeds taken care of up to the curb. But what is going on in this city is, and I'm going to use an example from the Maverick to the Elks, which that is the city's responsibility, is and why it's such a big deal to one of the constituents. It's an older lady that she walks up and down that every day, and an older man, and their weeds are 2 to 3 feet high. They have not taken care of their weeds. What's very interesting about this sidewalk is that every year you get all the sand and gravel when they put the sand for the roads in the wintertime. Our city of Cortez has not even swept off the sand of that road from this winter. So can the Montezuma County Weed Department send a letter of enforcement to the city of Cortez? And can we do
Are they A-list or B-list species?
You see, that's the situation. They're all pretty much C-list. But I agree aesthetically, and people trying to walk along it, it's a hazard.
Russian thistles is.
It's on the C-list. And they used to have Eddie Lewis spray their weeds, even throughout town, all the kochia and stuff. But they said they didn't have budget money to do that, so they couldn't hire him. But I could talk to Lars. I know it's the public works that's supposed to do that. Lars is someone who I work with for code enforcement, and he does a great job, but I agree. We can talk to public works and see what's going on.
Well, for all those on TV land, when you go by the Hampton, a brand new hotel, look to the right and look at the sidewalk. Because I'm telling you, this whole city, in fact, I'm going to be quite frank, it's the worst I have ever seen this city look in my lifetime.
Well, and we could also contact CDOT. I don't know if they would mow that section.
No, it's the city's responsibility to
Think those
clean the sand
sidewalks
off of
are.
the sidewalks,
Think the sidewalks.
going from, on Highway 145, and for the weeds. Well, because the city's been doing it for the,
Well, and I know CDOT does mow through Mancus too, within city limits, so they might do this. I'll talk with CDOT and I'll talk with the
Yeah.
city and see what comes of it, but as far as enforcement, it's just a C list and we don't even notify people about C lists. So,
well, it's just,
I hear you.
it's
Yeah.
just an excuse not to do a damn thing, because I can tell you what, the city's got the money to take care of them weeds. And if, you know, your situation where you said, well, we've got all these people moving here from the city, or from the big cities because of the protests. Well, I can tell you the first thing that we should do is we should make our place clean up. And that, before we hire somebody to figure out how to get them here, we need to clean up where we live, and then they'll stay when they come. And,
I agree. I mean, the county, we have mowers going constantly. We're constantly spraying weeds, so we're definitely doing our part.
well, it's so sad to see that older lady and that man that walk in their
Yeah, I see
80s
them, yeah.
for their health reasons. They can't even walk down the sidewalk because there's Russian thistle, which is a tumbleweed that is 4 foot high, and you can't even walk. You got to walk out in the highway to get around.
And the sidewalks are covered with pea gravel from the winter sand and all.
Which is dangerous
Dirty,
walking
yeah.
on. I mean, it's
Dirty.
just, it's uncalled for. Mismanagement.
I
Sorry.
concur. Okay.
Is there any way the city could participate in the cost share? Or does that have to be private landowners?
Because our money comes from the county residents, we don't include
Sure.
city. I mean, I do have some grant money that will help folks within city limits manage their weeds, and that comes from the grant. But as far as helping the city themselves, I don't know.
They need to help themselves.
But I'll call CDOT and I'll talk to Lars about it, see what we can do. But anyways, this picture, what are we seeing here, guys?
A quad with a tank.
No, that, I can't.
And
what
also
they call that,
common
mule's
mullen.
ear or something like that, or?
Mullen.
Common mullen.
Common mullen.
I won't use the other name that
What's
I
the other
use.
name for it?
No, she won't use that.
No. Okay, so yeah, common mullen biannual, I'll tell you later.
You better tell me later.
Next. Okay, so as far as, we'll talk later, Keenan.
All right,
It's all,
all right,
it's
thank
all
you.
good. Okay, so we have 2 ATVs currently. I don't know how old they are, pretty ancient. The Polaris is super ancient. The Polaris doesn't function very well at all, especially in 4-wheel drive. You can't steer that thing. And the Honda is too small for what we do. It just wants to tip over constantly. You go over a 4-inch rock and it wants to tip over. So it's a hazard. I don't even let my employees do the ATV work anymore because we've had 2 incidences where they've gotten hurt on them just because these ATVs are not safe. So I would like to sell the Polaris to auction, and I would like to get a new ATV. And then I was thinking, I don't need 2 ATVs, and I was thinking about giving the Honda either to the fairgrounds or the landfill and putting a little sprayer on for them, just for they can keep up with things. I mean, we still spray the properties, but it would be nice for them, like, oh, look at this, let me go spray it real quick instead of waiting for Bonnie to get around to it. So I got 3 bids. So this GCF Moto C-Force, have you guys heard of this new?
No.
So it's new, and apparently they've sold parts to Honda and all the main groups like Polaris and stuff, and just now they're starting to build their own ATVs. So since they manufacture all these parts to sell to other dealerships, they can sell an ATV pretty cheap.
Well, yeah.
So I've never experienced these, but I mean, the price is pretty good. And it has locking differentials, it comes with a winch. It seems like it has everything that the other ATVs have. So yeah, just looking through these, Outlander is about 10,000. All these ATVs are 10,000 except for that new company, which is what, 7,000. So that's kind of what I'm leaning towards and asking of you guys.
Where's the bid from Mesa or?
Next.
Yeah, Honda Motorsport, yeah.
So they're all,
Up there, 10.
There's
yeah.
$10,000 in the capital budget that we had approved from last year for the replacement of a quad. And then Bonnie was going to replace it at the beginning of the season, but that's when COVID hit and we didn't know what the financial situation was, and she voluntarily held off until we saw how the ship was going to right itself or
So
not.
is this quad going to really do what you need to do?
It is, and I personally have a Can-Am 570 that I pull my 75-gallon tank with, and it does perfect. And these are even, I think, go back to the first bid. That one's even a little bigger than the one I have, and it works fine. The Honda that we have at the shop is like a 400, and it just does not have enough weight to hold that much weight, and it's just tippy and not
You put
safe.
a 25-gallon sprayer on the
Mhm.
back of the.
And then eventually I do want to build a pull behind like I have, just for
Yeah.
like the gravel pits, because, you know, hay camp, I have to do like 20 different loads each day going back and forth with that 25 gallons, so it would save some time if I build something else.
Back to this first one. So, two questions. Is it, does it have direct drive or is it a belt? And what's the make of the motor?
I can get back to you. I have all the specs I can send to you. I don't know offhand.
I've never heard of it.
Yeah, he said it's brand new, but it's just as good as the others, and they sell all their parts to the other dealerships. That's why it's so cheap. But I'll give them to you, and maybe you can look at them and see. But the price is right, for sure.
Is Handlebar Motorsports, is that in Durango?
Yeah. Yeah. So I'll send those to you later today and check them out and see what you think. Okay, so right of entries, what's on the right side?
Thistle.
Scotch thistle.
Yeah.
Not Scotch.
Canadian thistle.
Good job.
Yeah.
Jim, where you at, huh?
In bloom. In
Yeah,
bloom.
full bloom. Okay, next. So the first right of entry, this is in Elk Springs subdivision. We've sent them letters for a long
I thought
time.
they were the ones that, oh, never mind.
Their infestation is bad. And in previous years, he said that he was going to send somebody down and hand spray it, but nothing's gotten done. That subdivision spends a lot of money on noxious weed control, so it's frustrating when you have a property not doing anything, surrounded by properties that do something. Next, you can see a picture. It's a variety of stuff. You got a lot of hound's tongue, musk thistle. There's poison hemlock up there. I found a spotted knapweed patch for the first time up there. It's a disaster.
Everything.
Yeah, and it's tall right now. It's already gone to seed, so, you know, there's nothing I can do about that, but a fall treatment would be good to get those rosettes.
Yeah.
And it's not going to just take one treatment, it's going to take multiple, so.
Everything takes multiple.
Okay, next, out on County Road N, Russian knapweed. We've sent them letters 4 years now. Yeah. Yeah, it's just thick knapweed. The pictures are hard to see, but just take my word for it, that's all knapweed. This one is Russian knapweed as well, south of town on County Road H. We've been sending them letters for a long time. It's just nothing but knapweed. It looks like a vacant house too. I haven't seen anybody there. County Road H,
H, down south. Down.
west of 27. Next.
So is it by that, I recognize that property. Is it by where they have the truck, where they have the
Trash hauling?
The trash hauling?
No, it's farther west.
Farther.
No,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Next.
That's it.
Next. That's it.
That's it.
That's all she wrote. And right now, it's so hot and dry out there. I'm not really, telling people to treat, just wait, and maybe we'll get moisture, because right now all the plants are closed up. They're not absorbing anything. They're just trying to conserve the water. So, when if we treat these properties, it's going to be probably a month.
Till we get some moisture.
Yep.
Before you'll even attempt it.
Yeah, because it's just wasting herbicide and time.
So these will be 21, 22, and 23.
So I got a question for you, now that you said that, Bonnie. If these people, because you've given them letter, and they have not responded. And they're gonna find out right away that we're gonna treat it, and they're gonna pay for it after we do this, but we won't treat it for a month. Okay.
And it's kind of nice because once I do send them the right of entry, they're like, oh, she's serious. And then they hire a contractor before I get to it. So it's nice having that, that span.
They just get it taken care of.
Yeah, exactly.
prior
And that's
to
what I would
being
prefer
brought
them.
to
I don't like doing this, but,
Okay.
yep.
Commissioners, do you have the,
So I guess I would move that we accept the resolution granting Montezuma County Weed Program or its designees right of entry onto property to control noxious weeds based on the affidavit of the county weed supervisor, noxious weed resolution 21-22-23-2020.
Second.
motion is second to pass a resolution granting Montezuma County Weed Program or its designees right of entry onto property to control noxious weeds based on affidavits of County Weed Supervisor Noxious Weed Resolutions 21-22-23-2020. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, I'm going to go call city and CDOT and I'll get back with you guys today
Hey, he's
about
got
it.
some berries down there on his place, what, that the bears are eating down on the river. Look at them, tell him what they are. If they're choke cherries or.
Oh, he has a picture. I'm like.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Pull that one out of your hat, Bonnie.
Yeah, the weed with the purple flower on it.
Yeah, right.
Um,
So I've never done one of these before, should we just go ahead and sign all these and then I have them recorded?
that picture? I'll look into it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you have this resolution that we need to do?
Okay, bye guys.
Do we
Thank
usually
you, Bonnie.
record these, Bonnie, your resolutions?
We started to, yeah.
Okay.
Do you record them with the pictures or without?
Without.
Okay. Okay.
But
So I guess I'll
your
have you
minutes
sign
should
it.
just refer to.
Right,
Right.
attachment, yeah, see attachment, okay.
County Attorney.
So, our pending Kinder Morgan case that we won at the Board of Assessment Appeals up in Denver, and then Kinder Morgan appealed, it's at the Court of Appeals, and we were just set for a hearing on, it's about a month from now. Presumably it'll be by WebEx, so I won't have to go up there, but we'll be arguing that over the Zoom type application on October. It's actually during a commissioner meeting, October, well, no, maybe it's in the afternoon, October 6th, which is a Tuesday at 1:30. I think that's all I really had to report. I did do the resolution to reimpose the fire ban. I spoke with Sheriff Nallen this morning, and you all brought it up, and it sounds like he supports it and also believes that there's competent evidence. So I think this is going to be resolution 13, and actually, I should display it or read it. Can we
I was
display
gonna
it?
let Keenan do it, because he should get the honors. Don't you think?
I'm not saying a word, gentlemen.
No, we're,
Not saying a word.
we were wrong. I was wrong. I have no issues with that.
I was too.
You guys got convinced of some things that others thought was appropriate.
This just has to go
Well,
on.
I appreciated it, cause I got some stuff burned.
Burn.
Right, I got it,
Thank
just
you.
bam, I got it
Thank
done.
you.
Yes, before it came back up, I was like, oh, got that done.
So here's the resolution. It's very similar to some other resolutions that reimpose the fire ban. The way we have it set up is that there's always a fire ban, but then we lift it for large portions of time when there's not evidence of it being dry. So if you all choose to reimpose the fire ban, it's going to be 13/20.
For Keenan.
I move resolution number 13-2020, a resolution reimposing the fire ban for Montezuma County.
Second.
Motion and a second to impose the fire ban for Montezuma County for 2020. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 That's all I have.
I need to interrupt at this point. We had to wait for social services for you guys to approve that before I could present the July payables. But now that those have been approved, The payables total for the month of July need to be approved in the amount of $7,721,428.86. As you notice, that's a large increase over most other months. Social services comes in at a little over 1.7 million of that. And then out of the capital budget, Four Corners Materials for some of the road work that we've done comes in at just over 2.4 million. And then 1.7 million of that total is from road and bridge. So
Shaq,
county general isn't spending more than
Shaq, go
that.
back up there. I saw some $1,700 amounts. Keep going. I was looking earlier. Right there, yeah, for the St. Barnabas and the Methodist Church and all those. What are those dollar amounts for? $1,700. What are those for?
Those are, I want to say those are coming out of the health department, and I'd have to check if that's a food service.
Is
I'm
that for their
positive
Hope's
that it is.
Kitchen? And do we subsidize their Hope's Kitchen and stuff like that?
I'll get back to you on
Okay.
that. We don't normally subsidize Hope's Kitchen. I want to say this has to do more with the COVID.
No.
Where is this St.?
No, the United Methodist Church of Cortez is the Methodist Church, and St. Barnabas is the Episcopal.
St. Barnabas
They
is
have
right
their,
next to our-
and
Right-
they
right
have
next to
their
the health
lunch, their
department.
free lunches every day of the week. So
Right.
find out what that's about, Shaq. I
Will do.
appreciate that. Thank
And
you.
then it says rock, 1,700. Do you know what that?
Where are you at?
Rock? Is that the rock?
Yeah,
We can approve this next week when he answers this question.
yeah.
But,
Why do we
it's
do
not-
that? Because
It's not significant
Yeah.
that it's done today. And then we actually have the time to look at the,
Yeah,
you can
that's
get
fine.
those questions answered. for-
Sure. Not a problem.
Okay.
Okay, let's go to our natural resource planner, public lands report, James.
Morning, James.
Good
Or,
afternoon.
excuse me, good afternoon. It is afternoon. Shame on me.
Way behind.
Let's see, gentlemen, I think the first thing I'll lead with is we've got a copy of the intergovernmental agreement for the MMOF funds, which should release those funds and get us rolling on the Cortez side of finalizing our plans for Paz Mesa Verde. This is a DocuSign document. I hope I open that thing up to look at it and I punch a button on it and it looked like it accepted it. So anyway, I certainly wasn't authorized to do that, but I guess we'll unravel that one if that is the case. What I'll do though is I'll send that, I believe it should go to you, Larry Don, and to Shaq, so I'll copy you both in on that. John has had a chance to review that. For all the hoopla the state made over it, it looks like just the same old thing we had before. So I don't know why it was so difficult, but I think we've got it and it looks like we're going to be ready to go. So watch for the email as it comes around. I met last Thursday with CPW and the Montezuma County Recreation Advisory Committee. We met up at Big Rock with the landowner up there, Mr. Shalon Maloney, and looked at the situation that he's got with the boaters trying to use that as access there. And it looks like there are some difficulties there. However, it really does look like it's probably one of the best boating accesses that we've got. CPW seems to be very willing to work with them on an easement. It could range everything from an outright property purchase to an easement. One of the things we want to work with CPW on is, since they've implemented the funding or you have to have a fishing license to use CPW property. So if they take that over, for example, then all the boaters that put in there would have to have a fishing license, for example. So we're kind of thinking about ways of maybe we can work with CDOT or somebody like that, somebody that can hold the access easement for the boater launch, and then somebody that can hold the easement for the rest of the access along the river, because there's essentially about a mile's worth of river you can get to if we can get this easement into place. There's really not a lot for the county to do at this point. It's between the private landowner and CPW and CDOT or whoever. We should just stand ready to help facilitate any of that if we can. And then again, once we get an access easement in place, there's probably it's pretty steep when you drop down into the river there. There's going to be some improvements necessary there, so we can stand ready to help CPW and the landowner with grants or things like that. But it was a very productive meeting, and I think one of the things that kind of came out of that group is that they feel like maybe picking out 4 or 5 easements of that nature that are maybe top priorities for the county, and start working on those. I did want to mention too that we did have a member of the MCRAC that brought in a citizen proposed kind of a proposal for an easement, and it really goes alongside County Road 31, and it goes up the hillside out of Dolores. The idea is to try to get bicycles off of that road and out away from traffic. And it looks like it's so he's got a pretty good alignment picked out there. This is something that the county could perhaps work with. And again, it could be as easy as just expanding our road right away through there if we're able to pick up that easement or something. This one is definitely a health safety issue here, and we're just getting started on it, so I'll bring more information forward as it unfolds.
Even the track and field, they use that to practice with, and there is definitely, there's so many people that walk up that thing, and,
And it seems like nobody will drive on that road like this, they straighten it out.
Yeah, it certainly is a safety issue up there. And I don't think we're talking about an ADA trail on this, nothing along those lines. I think we're talking about just a single track type of thing to get people off the side of the road. Yeah. So I have looked into to GOCO with a question about bleacher seating. I have not been able to contact anybody in person yet. They do have one program that looks like it is probably a fit, but we'll have to verify that with them, and I'll kind of lay out the concept and everything for them and get a final determination.
So, and let me just enlighten a little bit. So I went to the races for the first time in years last weekend. They had them sprint cars, and this is going to go back to what Shaq was talking about again. And there was so the drivers, even the announcers from Phoenix, half of the drivers, 155 cars, are from Phoenix, Arizona, all of New Mexico, because there's no races in New Mexico. And it was I took my family, it was one of the most entertaining things that I have done in a long time, because it's so different. We have got a guy that can run a racetrack so good that as soon as the race is over, they're bringing the next ones in. And it's just constant action. Well, those bleachers, my daughter stepped in one of the cracks. They're dangerous. And we have got this fairgrounds now that is just in such good shape, as far as the up above the fairgrounds for the animals. But we have neglected our racetrack, and we're talking about bringing people in. This guy is bringing him. He told me that the Maverick says we don't even need to know when you have the races, because we double our gas sales when the weekend of the races. We don't even, and then the retro they fill it every race. Every time there's a race in this town, they fill it, and then the spillover goes over to the other hotel they have. But we, as commissioners, I had him look into the because we got to fix those.
I thought that we had.
The tribe was going to give us, we were going to have a shot.
Yeah, we were going to get that from the tribe. Because all Larry was supposed to do was to be able to get those stands down there. We had talked about this a year ago.
Yeah.
So I
to
don't
get
know.
those
I know
back
that
up here, because those would probably actually be more than what we need. But the two, they have those. I don't know what it was. It used to be I don't know, rodeo ground, or I don't know what it was.
I know what you're talking
about.
about.
They're not being utilized at all.
No, that's right.
And to get those back.
Are they still down there? Do you
They're
know?
still there.
Yeah.
And they're big.
Yeah.
I mean, they are probably.
So how do we?
15 or 20 rows of seats.
That's another part of we need to get back, I guess. I don't know where Larry left that, but if not, we could maybe communicate with the tribe. I don't know. But they're just sitting there going to waste, and they're nice aluminum.
Yep.
They're
That's what we
new, and they're plentiful, they're big.
Yeah, one of
Because
the
we
things-
had that conversation.
Okay, one of the things though, but why I brought up GOCO is so every year, you know, the way that you buy the lottery tickets and then you get the GOCO funding. And every year, we had Tanner there before, be very knowledgeable about the grants and stuff, and we have James here that's very knowledgeable. But he's always figured out a way to use those GOCO funds to improve. We've got a new manager, or you know, I guess you'd call him, what do you call
Is
him?
he
Intern
lessee or-
fairground.
Yeah, lessee or whatever of the racetrack.
But we as his superiors need to let him know that we want you to try for the maximum amount that you can get of those GOCO funds for improvements to our fairgrounds. So if it's not, if it's not the stands, it needs to be the lights. If it's not the lights, maybe we need to have surveillance camera, because he's got a 20 by 20 Trump 2020 sign up on them billboards when you're driving by, and he's had it stolen 3 times.
Oh, no
I
kidding.
think part of that he can use through DOLA, correct?
The
GOCO
GOCO
and
funds are
DOLA.
fairgrounds, yeah, they're the parks and stuff people, is GOCO money, yeah.
But
So-
what I'm saying is we've got a gym there. We've got, they said that these racers are saying it's the best clay. If you can make pottery that the Anasazes did and make it last as long as it did, hundreds of years, then it's the best, one of the best racetracks that you got. So we've got it.
So-
But what we've not did is we've not went after the money for the fairground, for the racetrack, for the lights and for the bleachers, and we need to
We,
get on
we
it.
actually asked him to prioritize that and bring us his list. Do you remember that? We did that 6 months ago, and he was supposed to prioritize the list of what,
Maybe
what
we
was
need to have
first.
Justin get with him and get that, get that list of his together, and then have Justin or Shaq or somebody contact the tribe and say, is that the offer still on for those bleachers? Do we still have?
Right, because they're still
I
sitting
don't
there.
think there was an offer. I think we had instructed Larry to look, and
I think-
Justin has a list. We were going over it this week
Were you?
and talking about it for next year's budget.
Yeah.
Can you
So we-
forward that list to the commissioners, because
Yeah.
we've got to do something about those.
Yeah, those wood, well, they're, you know, they're gonna continue to deteriorate. They're wood and
Yeah,
they're,
they're wood.
yeah, so it's.
And they don't have the right steps.
No, they're
You
way
know
too
all
tall.
that.
They're like stepping from here to here.
Yes.
Mhm,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's so pretty close.
Yeah.
That's it.
Okay.
All right, well,
Well,
thank you.
You bet. And I'll do my best to help out Justin, Shaq, whoever, however we need to work on all this.
I would
But, yeah, if
definitely
there's some
reach
parts
out
I can help work on,
To the
I'll
tribe
help.
as soon as possible, because those are just sitting there going to waste.
Certainly.
So that would be, Justin needs to do that then. So Shaq, can you get on that and have Justin do that? Also send us that list.
Yes.
Because the thing is the way that that works with, I think it's quarterly or something, for GOCO. And you either ask for it or you lose it. Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Anything else?
Yes, so I've been working on, so the sign out in front, so I've got a request for quotes on some lettering for that. I got to thinking about it too, and I think I'm going to go ahead and just ask Reflections of Metal to give us a quote for cut letters too. They're doing the sign, I mean, or logo like that. We'll just ask them if they can do that also, see what we get from that. So I have had to redraw that a little bit to try to resize things to make sure we get the letters that are large enough. It looks like it's a 10-foot setback from the edge of the street, so I think we're well within that area. And so I've contacted the city. The city will be working with us as we go through the permitting process on that. Neva Conley is aware of the project, and she'll help shepherd it through for us. I also talked to Julie Fraser from the M&M, about the M&M from CDPHE. She has indicated that Eagle is hoping to do their excavation in September or October. So it does sort of sound like they're continuing to slowly move ahead on that, so.
Our county too.
Yeah.
Yep.
We're working on that too, just like the weed. We got to start on both sides.
Yeah. So, and then, last thing I had is I just wanted to let the commissioners know that I've been in contact with the lady that owns the property, that will own the property behind Vista Verde. She's expecting that will happen in November through the tax lien sale. She then has to apply for the deed, and she's hoping that, sometime shortly after that, she will have become the sole owner and have that deed. She is certainly still open to talking to us about any anything we like to talk about down there. Very, very nice lady, very open to visiting with us. And I explained to her about the master street plan, and about some of our visions, and also about the trail. And she seems to be very open to talking about all of that.
Good.
So,
Good deal.
okay, I think that concludes my report for the day.
All right.
I'll just kind of piggyback onto a part of that with the sign. So we talked about that last meeting. I did meet with James. I don't know when we met. Wednesday, I think. And Shaq, because I think our guys, the way he has it redrawn, could actually do the framing, and then we just hire a stucco contractor, and then he can have the signage placed on there. But really, is all we have to do then is just the concrete work and the excavation work, because it's actually, as you walk down there, it's higher than
Oh, yeah,
I thought.
that yard is built up
It's pretty
8-10 inches.
pretty high.
Yeah.
And then to get down for the depth of it, and it would be compliant with the sidewalks and then accessible. So
Mhm.
I'll continue to work with James on that to try and get that. And then Shaq to see where we can find the funding for it.
All right, thank you,
Very
James.
good. Yep, thank you, gentlemen. Ladies?
And that leaves us with the Commissioners' report. Commissioners, what do you-
I had a quick, actually, I met with James, obviously, like I just said, Wednesday. We also went up to the DA's office to kind of look at that drawing that Clarissa had given to us to try and get some costing for that wall. I don't know if you have it back yet or not.
I've got one quote.
Had a couple glass companies come so that we could basically do a storefront unit somewhat like what you see right there.
Oh, okay,
So that
right
it
there.
separates it, but it really doesn't take away from the view, so it's more like that. And then there's another piece downstairs that's the same way. We were just waiting to see what those came back, and then we went down and looked at the sign. Thursday, I had a special meeting with the Housing Solutions Board so that we could go over the signing of documents for Elizabeth there for the new Aspero project so that they can get it going. FCI has that, and they're going to try and get it going through the winter, which is a nice looking unit. It's going to provide 40 units, and it should provide a lot of housing.
Wow.
For that.
FCI is building that?
Yeah, FCI has a contract. It's a like $5.4 million project. Then obviously I was in the Western District meeting with you gentlemen on Friday. You know, one of the biggest takes is the CARES Act money that has to be spent by the end of this year. And I don't know if we have a real solid plan of where we're going to put all of our, the potential funding that we are supposed to get. I mean, obviously, we're going to reimburse ourselves, but that's a couple $100,000. And if we have a good plan for where we're going to put the rest of those dollars.
What we had discussed, and Laura Lewis Marchino will be coming from Region 9, is making that available in grant form to the businesses that have been injured by this whole reaction to COVID-19.
So.
Great idea. That's what we
And then the other big thing was the other big issue too is how by 2023 are we going to deal with this unfunded mandate, or how are we through CCI going to push back on that Senate Bill 217? I know that Steve is working on the cost for what that's going to actually cost us, but
So the statute has written in it that the state will provide increased costs to meet it. They wrote it into the statute.
Okay.
So,
So we just.
I mean, I don't know how, but this was a law has those words written into it.
State will provide the costs involved in implementing
Right.
that
I
bill.
think it's contemplating like increased costs for there's not a lot of law enforcement agencies that don't have body cams, and that's I think what they were contemplating was like, hey, if you don't have them, we're gonna pay for them. Since we're making you now use cameras.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's written.
So, just to clarify, this is we're talking about the extra funding that's gonna need to go to the police as a result of defunding the police. And the state,
By
that's
the
now
state.
4 billion in the hole, is gonna cover the
Yep.
cost on that.
That's,
I just wanna make sure I'm
Well, I
understanding.
mean, I don't know if they've contemplated everything. I mean, if our insurance costs go up, I don't know that they were contemplating that. They should.
The
They should
insurance
be.
costs will go up
Right.
because it requires, the cops to
Personal-
cover,
They have to
the
have
individual officers to carry personal liability insurance, which, again, if they're gonna mandate it, they have an unfunded mandated. No, not if they want to, it's going to be a requirement.
That they carry their own insurance?
Correct, and that, so as we as the county don't want to put that off on them, we can choose to cover it. But, again, it's, the state's requiring it, so with their unfunded mandate clause, they'll have to find a way to pay for it.
so Weld County did that. Weld County, I'm sure there's some other counties that are doing that for those individual police officers, and I think it's a great idea.
So I think it's a waste of money, because this is what I think the statute
Oh, okay.
says. The statute says that it's up to the employer whether or not they indemnify the law enforcement officer if they've committed a crime and acted maliciously. And so, now, what I'm not perfectly clear on is if the employer, the sheriff would probably believe he's the employer, maybe you all believe you're the employer. I don't know. That might be a fight to have later, because the statute's not clear about that. But if the sheriff decides to say, no, we're indemnifying you, nothing changes. And that's if they are prosecuted for a crime.
Right.
And, no, not just convicted, prosecuted for a crime and convicted, and the sheriff says they acted maliciously. The sheriff can say, no, they were acting under the color of law, we're indemnifying you, you're covered, and it's covered under our insurance.
Our insurance, there you
If
go.
the sheriff decides, and I'm saying the sheriff, not the BOCC, I really don't know who the answer
Who
is.
it
for
is,
the
yeah.
clerk. But if the sheriff decides, no, we're not indemnifying you, then the sheriff can hang that employee, that deputy out to dry. They're only exposed up to $25,000 maximum.
That's tort.
I think it actually protects them more than what the law is written right now.
Oh, really?
Probably
So I think it's a waste of money, but we'll look more into it.
Yeah.
And, so granted, they could be liable for up to 25 grand, only if convicted of crime, acted maliciously,
sheriff-
and the
sheriff
sheriff
throws
says,
them to the
we're
line."
hanging you out to dry.
Yeah. Wow, that's.
All he has to say is, no, they're covered.
That's three big caveats that, okay.
Yeah, anyway, 217, I think, is just another, it's here, and we're gonna have to deal with it for the next couple of years until 2023. The last thing, the big takeaway was changing the short-term rentals to being taxed at the residential rate, so the VRBOs, the Airbnbs, and the motels. Did you guys catch that?
Yeah, that was
To
Grant County.
be being taxed at the commercial rate, or I'm sorry, the residential rate. So, that was my little short tidbit on that. And then I attended the Dolores meeting last night via Zoom, and I made it till 8:30. Most of that time was just spent on getting ready to build their ordinances for their marijuana shops, of their distances, and from schools, from daycares, from
churches.
Yeah, so, after that, I left the meeting, was unable to finish it. I couldn't hang. It was 2 hours, so
Wasn't that
that's all I
exciting?
have.
I had a Colorado Department of Labor and Workforce Board meeting on Wednesday. I don't know, it just seemed very frustrating to me that all of the offices are closed and they're trying to do their workforce work virtually and doing it by telephone and stuff, and it seems like they're just spinning their wheels. It just seems different. So they're plugging ahead, trying to do the best they can. Attended part of that Western District meeting. I was only good for about an hour of that, 45 minutes, and then I had to go elsewhere. I did have a very interesting meeting up at Jerry Heaton's place up on County Road 26 with the Colorado Department of Labor, or Colorado Department of Health and Environment, Mr., come on here. He is a very nice guy, says Mr. Heaton has a very small operation. He usually doesn't see anything quite that small, and that he has offered some solutions for Jerry there, especially where his feedlot drains off into the reservoir where they feel most of the odor is coming from. Jerry explained to him that here it is, his name is Mr. Kramer, Thane Kramer from CDPHE, and he told Jerry if he'll do some mitigate that with some big 1-ton bales of straw or something, but Jerry thinks he didn't get his pond blocks in his reservoir early enough this spring to help oxidize the bacteria and get stuff going. He's got his aerators are working. He's got 2 pretty good sized aerators going, so they feel like they can get this problem under control within this coming year. That it should be not an issue out there if things go the way they want them to go. So that was an interesting meeting, and that's all I have had.
I would just, mine's real quick, because I am very hungry. I would just suggest that on the 18th and 19th, they're going to have the sprint cars again. If you have not went to those races, it is I would suggest go, and maybe we could go, especially if you're a decision maker for what's going to happen to the fairgrounds. One of the other things that was brought up is that, so the sheriff charged him, we are required, and I wanted you to find this out with our Justin, that there's 2 officers, so the sheriff charges $40 an hour for one and $20 for another for why the races are going. And my question is which is a lot of money for that operation that comes out of their pockets. So that's $60 an hour, and say that those races are going from 7 o'clock to 1 in the morning. That adds up to a lot of money. So my question is do we require that with the fair? Do we require that there's a sheriff present with the gun show and some of the other features?
And there's alcohol served, I think, is
I
what
was
we
going to say,
have
do they
in
serve
our-
liquor out there at the racetrack? Do they
No.
sell?
There's no liquor at
They
the
don't,
racetrack.
and I'll have to look into it. I think the contract doesn't require the sheriff. It does require insured security,
I think
licensed and insured.
From my
security.
understanding, there are 2 different contracts that go with the racetrack, because the racetrack is kind of almost like a lease to business. They use our property, but am I correct with the 2 different contracts? One that says we'll provide this, and the other says you'll provide this, and there are 2 substantially different.
Yeah, but the security doesn't change from contract to contract.
It doesn't?
But we'll have to look into it.
All right, well, let's just look into it
The
and see.
2
if-
different contracts is whether we provide the dirt work and maintenance or whether they do it themselves, but it doesn't include the security.
All right, well, let's check into that, because if there's a better way. I'm not sure the sheriff deputies want to be out there anyway, so maybe
Are they around where the grandstands are, or are they down in where the race drivers and stuff are?
I
Don't know for sure where they're.
I'm
where
gonna
they're
want to
located.
assume one's doing traffic and the other one would be patrolling, kind of mingling, but I don't know that for sure.
Yeah, and I don't know that either.
Mhm.
That's all I have. Lynn, anything to add?
It's been a pleasure, gentlemen. Sorry I did not provide breakfast. Next time, I'll bring breakfast.
Okay, public comment? You have
You're
anything?
back next week?
Dexter?
I move we adjourn.
Second.
Motion second to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.